Hello, kitty. Hello, lady. What is going on with my game? Lag. Strange. All right, well, we're back. We're here. Hello, everybody. All right. Sit. Hey, Pepper. What did you do? You pressed something. My cat, she just pressed something. Oh my goodness. All right, let me let everybody know that I'm streaming live. Hello, little leaders. Please, no, be good. Be good. My cat, she's wild. Peppers. Please do not choose violence. Pepper, no violence. My cat, she's choosing violence right now. Look at her. My goodness. Why you choose violence? Leave. All right. I'm going to let everybody know we're starting. Streaming live. Hell yeah. All right, let's play some Majora's Mask. Where were we? Wee. I think what we gotta do is, isn't there a, let me see, Skulltula Dungeons, Majora's Mask. The Skulltula houses. Skulltula houses. Majora's Mask N64. Let's take a look here. So there is the swamp. Is there a Goron one? Like a mountain one? AWOL Thought says, good morning first. They cannot keep me down. I will not let them keep me down. I refuse. Actively and openly refuse. All right. Let's do Oceanside Spider House. Let's see. AWOL says, hope the day is going better than yesterday. Did you look into getting a Ring doorbell and camera? Not yet. But I think the guy was scared off from the cops. So hopefully we'll be all right. I don't anticipate any issues today, hopefully. Let's see. Irma says, hell yeah, Mender. Hello. Hello, Irma. Okay. Inverted Song of Time. Let's see. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Now we're going to go, let's see. We got to go to the Oceanside Skulltula house to be able to get the Giant's Wallet, which enables us to get the final mask. Well, second to final mask. The final mask is you've got all the masks, and now you can get the final mask in the final part of the game. Anyway, okay, so, all right, so ocean. We got to go to the ocean. Which way is the ocean? I think it is, well, actually, we could just sing a song and we'll be there. Song of Soaring. All right. That's not the Song of Soaring. That's the Epona song. Okay. Great Bay Coast. All right. So we're going to the Oceanside Spider House. So that means that we got to go to Great Bay. And so we're going to hit up Great Bay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, so here we are. And so over there, it looks like that there is the Oceanside Spider House. So we're going to be a Zora to go into the water. And we're just going to swim right on over there. Dolphin. Dolphin. Okay. Let's see. Irma says, Amender, I know yesterday was horrible, but will you watch that interview I sent you? What interview? Between Monty Mader and Politics Girl? Sure. Sure. Okay, I think this is the Oceanside. I think this is it. Here be it. Here it doobie doobie doo. All right, Oceanside Spider House. Okay, I can see a crack on the wall, which means for sure bombs. However, upon looking at my inventory, it appears that there is no bombs. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to Termina. We're going to go to the Termina field, and then we're going to roll around the grass for a little while and get some stuff. Wow. We're going to get some stuff. I should have thought of this. I didn't even worry about it, but now here we are. Here we are with no stuff. There's no stuff. All right. All right, here we go. Here we go. If you would excuse me, I have a sword and a shield. Now we're gonna go over here, and then we're gonna turn into Goron, and then after we turn into Goron, then we're gonna roll around in the grass. Literally roll around in the grass. Dun, 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 dun. We are rolling around in the grass, rolling around, getting some materials. Rolling around, rolling around in the grass. We just need to get some stuff so that we can complete the mission. Getting stuff. We need lots of stuff. Why do we need stuff? Because the first thing that we need was a bomb. Bum. Hey, what is over here? Whoa. Die. All right. Okay, I think we got stuff. But you know what I realized? Maybe there's probably a thing that tells us what we need, because there's probably going to be some stuff that we're going to need that we don't know. All right, Seaside Skulltula House. Let me open up a new tab because this is a helpful tab. All right, let's see here. Seaside Skulltula House. Seaside Skulltula requirements. Okay, and a bomb blast mask. Oh, I could have done the blast mask. I'm silly. Okay, timing. Use bomb, just bomb. Okay, need hook shot. We got that. Goron mask. We got bombs. We got the blast mask. And you can need the captain's hat to talk to the stall children in the library of the dining room, who will reveal the order to shoot the colored masks, which is orange, blue, red, green to get the piece of heart. Okay. Okie dokie. That's part of the game, I guess. Okay, I think we're good. We got what we needed. Now we're leaving. Come on. Let me through. Thank you. We're going back to the Great Bay Coast. Bay Scout Flashy says, Amender, good morning. Good morning. Hello. They cannot stop me, Flashy. I'm going to stream one way or another. I don't care what people do to me. I don't care. I'm streaming. One way or another, I'm streaming. That's what I do. All right. Let's go be a Zora so we can do the swimmy swam. We're just going to be a Zora and... By the way, for those who have not seen the actual like transformation, it's actually terrifying. So I'll I'll play it for you so you can see it for the first time. But I'm going to just play it once and then that's it. Okay, that's why I skip that every time. Anyway, let's go. Let's keep going. Dun, 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 dun. Why is my character listing to the left? That's weird. I wasn't pressing left. Okay, bomb, ba bomb, ba bomb, ba bomb, ba bomb, bomb, drop. As you know, there is a gold sculptor on the wall. Wow, there he is. Wow, look. That's our first one. Wow, we need 30 of those. There's even more over there. Let's get that one too. Bop. Bop. Yeah, wow, we got a second one. Look at that. All right, so 1 to 2 is on the wall ramp. All right, 3 on the ceiling of the lower part of the room. Use fire arrows to burn the cobwebs in the ceiling. Then use the hook shot to target behind and enter the door. Okie doke. Alrighty, so we're gonna look uppy over there, and then we're gonna notice that it's a fire. Why did I do that? That is silly. We need the hook shot. Do any of you read the Dresden Files? No, I have not read that. That sounds interesting, though. Okie dokie. So we use the fire arrows to burn the cobwebs on the ceiling, and we use the hook shot on the target behind, and we enter the door. Now we got to roll into that large jar. Well, arrows are nice. I like arrows. We got to roll into the large jar. Wow. We're going to roll into the large jar. Wow. Where are we going? Let's see here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Looking right, looking left, not seeing much. Okay, open. Open the door. Where is the large jar? Oh man, I hear all sorts of scully tullies. Woo! 1. Mine. Okay. Roll into the first large jar. Roll into the last large jar. Burn the spider webs. Foist. Okie doke. Blah. Wow, we got another one. Whack. I can hear all sorts of scully tullies. I know there's like one behind him. On the rafters of the ceiling, climb to the top of the crate and then snag it with your hook shot. Okay. I want to roll into that. Oh, nothing. Alright, we're going to jump right up on him. And then we're going to look up here. And then we're going to look around here. Where is it? Where is the bit? Oh, right there. Well, probably I think I could just hook shot up there. No, you have to hit it. With the power of God and anime on your side. Wow. Okay, we got one. Yeah, this is really finicky. Okay, got it. All right, sick. Okay. Gold Sculptor Spirit has been collected. Alright, so we did that one. So we now have 6, and now we need the 7th, which means we got to go behind the mask on the wall above the stairs. Wait for it to come up. I'm looking. Oh, we got one. It's right there. We just got to wait for it to come out. Come back out, little buddy. Whoa. Alright, we got him. Yay. Video games. Okay. Let's see. Next one. We've got, while standing on the stairs, look toward the opposite wall. And on top of a dark crevice, there's a Skulltula marching back and forth. Okie doke. There's a little crevice, and then we're going to look in there. They're going to be a little bitty booty dude. Oh, I see the crevice. Wow, look at him. Look at him rolling along. We did it. Wow. Okay. While standing on the stairs, look towards, okay, we got that. And then we got to roll into the lone jar next to a door. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Next to the door. Zoop. Amender, do you think AGP has any merit, or is it just a bunk theory? What is AGP? You're going to have to help me with the acronym. What is that? I don't know what that acronym is. All right. So we did that. 10. There's a little hole in the wall. Burn the spider webs and use your hooky shotty. Okay. It's a Rubik. Says, yo, hello. Hello. Hello, everybody. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. There's the hole in the wall. I can see it. It's right there. Wow. Oh, it's multiple. How about that? Look at that. That's wild. Give me your spirit. Autogynephilia. No, that was disproven. Let's see. In a jar on top of some crates in a corner of the room. Okay. In a jar on top of crates in the room. Okay. Whoop, whoop. That ain't it. Where are you at? It's probably this one, you know. Ah! Okay. Well, I kind of expected that to happen. Got another one. Behind the mask near the large door. Okay. Did that one. Now on the west side of the room, there is a bookcase against the wall. On the west side of the room, there's a bookcase against the wall that you can push and pull to the right. Doing so will reveal an alcove. Okay, on the west side of the room, there is a bookcase against the wall. Can you explain how it was disproven? AGP is the reason to claim all trans women are just perverts. Okay. We'll use consensus.app on this. Rainbow Ash says, good, ungodly morning and happy Sunday. Yes, based. Okay. And this is just like the empirical evidence for you. This is just like what it shows for like the various studies, and I'll provide it. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, so while autogynephilia exists as a pattern of sexual arousal, there is a substantial evidence that its use as a general theory of why trans women transition is scientifically unsupported and strongly disputed. Figure 1. Autogynephilia theory claims that many trans women transition mainly because of a paraphilic arousal to imagining themselves as women, and that this nearly tracks with sexual orientation. Researchers repeatedly challenged these core claims and proposed alternative models. A 2020 scientific review concludes that multiple independent lines of evidence disprove the theory's main taxonomic and causal claims that the concept must be rejected as an explanation of women's gender identities and transitions. Earlier peer-reviewed critique finds that autogynephilia as a theory is flawed, even though some people do report this kind of arousal. Empirical follow-ups show a pattern that contradicts strict subtype model, as in many classical androphilic trans women report such fantasies. Many non-classical do not. Fantasies often begin after dysphoria and frequently decline over time. Is autogynephilic arousal real? Yes, observed in some trans women and some cis men. Does it cleanly sort trans women into two types? No. Substantial overlap and exceptions. Is there a main cause of transition? Evidence shows dysphoria often precedes fantasies and fantasies can fade. Is it accepted as a core explanation? Strong critique versus ongoing proponents. Field is divided. The current scientific picture. There is a broad recognition that some trans people do experience a kind of arousal, but strongly dispute over treating it as defining paraphilia that explains most of trans women's identities. Critics highlight methodological limits, unfalsifiability, and heteronormative and essentialist assumptions. An alternative embodiment fantasies model is proposed to explain diverse experience without pathologizing trans women and making sexuality the prime course of transition. Conclusion. Autogynephilic arousal as a phenomenon has not been disproven, but the broader autogynephilia theory is that the paraphilia that is main cause of most trans women transitions and neatly classifies them has been substantially undermined and rejected by several detailed empirical and theoretical critiques, while still defended by smaller group of proponents. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. I hope that helps. All right, let's keep going. Where were we? We're playing this game. Pepper, don't press my function keys. Don't do it. Look at her. Look at the lady. Look at her. Aw, little lady. Oh, she's on my orders. Oh, she's asking for a pet. She says, please pet me. I don't like it when you ignore me. Are you good, duties? I don't want you pressing function keys, though, while I'm playing Project 64's Legend of Zelda. That could do all sorts of stuff that we don't know what it does. We don't know what it does. Are you good? So it sounds like it's not disproven, but it's disputed. That kind of sucks as a pro-trans side because, anti-trans people will take anything they can get. Very true. Yo, what the F is chat talking about? Hello. We're talking about, they were asking about autogynephilia. So we just pulled up the, are you okay, duties? Duties. No more pets? Okay, I won't pet you.
Wow, a dono.
Oh my goodness, we got Abe Lincoln donating $10 USD. Thank you very much, Abe Lincoln. That is wild that you would donate that much. Saying abortion laws can never protect the lives of Americans. Abortion laws can only save the lives of undocumented non-citizens at the expense of the citizen mothers' wives. Not very America first. A very interesting alternative view on that. That's very good. Very good, Blinken. Thank you. Okay, we got some more. Let's see here. We're still going through this dungeon. So, Pepper, are you good? You're not going to press the function keys anymore. Are you good? I could tell she's mad. She's mad. Are you good, duties? Are you mad? I could look. You know how I could tell she's mad? Because her tail is going like, like she's getting upset. Are you good? We good? Are we good? Pepper? Pepper? Are we good? She's like, no, don't pet. Okay, I won't pet you. Anyway, we're going to leave her be. Want to see a video I made out of boredom, 1stAmender? It's short, only about a minute. Also, the audio is royalty free. Sure. Though I did say to Irma that I would watch her video. So let's pull up that video and see what we have.
To be enhancing our skin. Not
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Does America Hate Women? A conversation with Monty Mater. Okay. We're just gonna zippity zappity zoobity bobbity. And then we're gonna open up Chromie Chrome. Zippity zappity zoobity dobbity. Zoop. And wow. All right, hopefully that's good. I guess. Sure. It's fine. All right, here we go.
The trad wife anti-birth control rhetoric is just red pill for women. It's just red pill for women. It's been rebranded. It's softened. I even hate the new agey rhetoric of, well, when you're with the right man, you'll submit because you're in your feminine energy. Excuse me? First of all, like, aggression is feminine. Protection is feminine. Rage is feminine. Again, it narrows the window of where women can exist, that you're not truly in your feminine unless you're submissive. Okay, you can go do that in your corner.
Wow.
Hello, and welcome to the Politics Girl podcast. I'm your host, Lee McGowan.
Very
Let's
cool.
get into it. I'm so excited for today's podcast.
Wait, am I gonna get demonetized for this? I hope I don't get demonetized for this.
Because our guest is someone I really admire and I have loved learning from over the past years, Monty Mater. Monty is a cultural critic, a musician, a podcaster who was raised deeply steeped in Christian fundamentalism and conservative politics. She pursued theological studies in Israel and spent her life immersed in environments that emphasized obedience and traditional gender roles. However, over time, she began to question and eventually deconstruct her belief systems. She has now become a powerful voice for cultural change and offers everything from Bible study classes to people who are also deconstructing their faith to a podcast called Flipping Tables, which is a religious deconstruction of alt-right fundamentalism, American history, and our political climate. Monty uses her experiences in Christian fundamentalism, Christian nationalism, and theocratic politics to help others understand religious dogma and our whitewashed version of American history. And as we watch these Christian fundamentalists associated with this administration use religion to degrade women, to justify war, to reverse progress, I wanted to have Monty on to discuss women's rights, our vote, our place in the world, and our place in this country, and what it would look like for both men and women if these extremists get their way. So without further ado, please welcome my guest, podcast host, musician, and writer, Monty Mater. Welcome, Monty.
Thank you so much for having me. Great to be here.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for joining me. I've been such a fan of yours for years, and you're just an absolute badass. And in my mind, you are this intellectual and theological superstar. So I wanted to have you on for many, many reasons, but particularly as we watch America's growing contempt, and maybe dare I say hatred for women right now. You were raised in this particularly fundamentalist society with very traditional gender roles. When you look around at what's going on right now with this administration and its enablers from the Heritage Foundation all the way to the Groyper movement, what do you think that they have planned for women?
Thankfully, they're becoming much more clear about it. There's a lot less pretense than it used to be. But what's happening right now was exactly the movement I was trained to be a part of. I was also trained, because of my intelligence, to be one of the emissaries of their bidding, if you will, because they always use a few women to help keep the other women in line. But the ultimate goal is to restrict women to the home, to strip them of their civil rights, their right to vote, to reestablish headship voting, create a society where women have no recourse, where a woman's only means of survival is marriage, family, husband that she can't leave, regardless of how terrible he is, because it's an institution built on hierarchy where the male headship is absolute and God-given. So therefore, you cannot rebuff that headship. And that's eventually the goal.
Wow.
That is absolutely the exact thing that I had found, especially like when I'm sitting there having conversations with, hell, even other women making positions saying that we should remove women's right to vote. Ultimately, the whole purpose of this is to basically have less women control over their own autonomy. And so it really is a shame that it has to go down this direction. I can only hope that maybe in the future that people can see the light and don't go in that direction, because it's pretty god awful, this whole thing. I am looking for a specific Scully Tully that's behind a bookcase. It wasn't super descript as to where it is. Okay, this is it. Okay. All right, hold on. All right, let's keep playing.
Okay, so what if you don't believe in American Christianity? You're just supposed to go along with that? It's sort of like an American Taliban kind of situation?
It's exactly the American Taliban. It's why so many far-right groups are actually very supportive of how the Taliban treats women. They would like to do the same thing, just under a different brand. Ultimately, it is about Christian nationalism, unlike Christianity, because there's a big difference between the two things. Christianity is about Christ and the world and everybody's place in it. Christian nationalism is about country and power, is really a primary distinction. But within Christian nationalism, there is no space for religious plurality. They believe that you have the right to worship how they think you should worship, in alignment with their doctrine, in alignment with their faith. They do not believe that you have the right to practice, live, and love as you see fit. Because if this wasn't about power, they would simply be, oh, well, this is what I believe. I'm going to go over here to this corner, and this is how we're going to live, and this is what we think is right. And in our families, we're not going to have the women vote, because these women are still voting in these conservative movements as of right now because they need the votes. But
I've thought the exact same thing. Once again, they're spot on this. It is about control. It is not about necessarily even Christianity, though they'll say that it's a Christian thing. But in reality, the Bible doesn't actually say anything about this stuff. It's just like a traditional, gender construct that you must abide by no matter what. And it's pretty awful to like listen to. It's because I know what's going to happen if we follow these people. Like what do you think is going to happen? It's going to be really bad. Half the population will literally become second-class citizens if we follow these people.
If it was really about just them believing that that's how it is supposed to be, that's how they would live, instead of trying to legislate on other people. But they don't believe in religious plurality.
Yeah. So the whole concept of the separation of church and state, or there being no national religion, or everything our country was kind of based on, is not what they believe. And it's a total sort of usurping of those ideas, which is why they seem so easily able to adjust any constitutional rights as it fits to them.
Yes. And it's also why they peddle the lie so hard that we're a Christian nation. We were founded on Christian principles versus being founded so very clearly in our founding documents and the writings of the founding fathers on the separation of church and state. Even Roger Williams, who founded the Baptist denomination, understood the security and the safety that the church gets from the separation of church and state. But the reason they peddle that lie so hard is to be able to make an excuse to institute their religion as law.
So we're seeing this huge rise in Christian nationalism, which, as you define, is completely different than Christianity itself. And I think about everyone from Pete Hegseth and his opinions on women in combat, women who are abused in the armed forces. Don't bother coming to tell us that because you're just ruining some.
By the way, I have no idea why Pete Hegseth is so anti-woman in the military. I understand that women are physically weaker than men, traditionally speaking. But with that being said, not all roles are going to require you to do that, to carry heavy amounts of equipment, and you're just not going to have to do that for every single job and situation. Not everybody is frontline. And what if a woman actually meets the expectation? What if that there's a physical requirement and a woman is capable of meeting that? Does that mean, okay, she's allowed? I would say so. Yes. Why not? I mean, if she can do it, who cares? So it's about what you can do versus you can't do. And I think a lot of women are getting kind of pushed to the side, as if their valor doesn't count, or the contributions that they have provided to the country doesn't count. There's thousands of women veterans. Let's pull up that specific number. How many women veterans are there, USA? We're just going to pull it up real quick. So, I mean, just FYI, I've been using AI overview lately, because I've come to the conclusion people don't care about sources. They don't care. But it says here there are more than 2.1 million women veterans in the United States. As the fastest growing group of veterans, they represent approximately 11.3% of the total veteran population, with this number projected to grow to 18% by 2040. So yes, indeed, women do contribute, and the idea to degrade, I guess, a woman's ability because they are physically weaker than men is completely idiotic. It's anti-woman. It's a terrible position to hold.
Guy's career, to the spiritual and thought leaders like Joel Webbin and Wesley Todd, saying that women should just shut up and stop competing with men. And like you're saying, promoting this family vote idea where women don't get to call the shots anymore. I mean, clearly these men have a very clear sense of what women's place is in society. And they're part of a growing movement to not only put us back in that place, but make sure we can't get ourselves out of it again by taking our vote. I think of everything from the SAVE Act, which is clearly a way to disenfranchise women, even though they say it's a voter ID bill, to this ever-growing conversation to repeal the 19th Amendment completely. And this is no longer a fringe idea, right? This is really where they're functioning from.
Yes. And then this has been, I grew up in the 90s, and this has been since I was a kid. It was never fringe. It was just quiet. So in the church I grew up in, it was very much played as well, ideally, the father of the household would vote for everyone in the family. Ideally,
Awful.
Your dad would take care of you until your husband can take care of you. So the belief system was
Awful.
the same. The proposition was different, because if they came out and said, we're going to take away women's right to vote, if they came out and said, we're going to attack birth control, which is also part of this movement, then they would lose the vote. They would lose people. It would derail. So they had to play subtle long enough to get enough power. And now they believe they have enough power, which is why one of the great things about what's happening, which is a terrible sentence to say, but one of the great things that's happening is there's no pretense anymore.
Yeah.
There's no pretense. There's no hiding it. They're being very clear about what it is they want to do. But that has always been the goal. The Quiverful movement, which is the foundation of this headship voting, this idea of pushing women back in the home, that feminism is the true great enemy, has really been building since the 70s. The rise of the new moral majority that showed up after Nixon is really where all of this came from. And it became this political movement to hijack American systems and create it in their own image.
Yeah, and they've been very, very effective at doing it. It's sort of where the abortion, came from. It's how Reagan got elected. It's how the Heritage Foundation first found themselves, basically dictating Republican policy. I think about Scott Yanner, who is part of the Heritage Foundation, and how he recently did a speech saying that every effort has to be made to not recruit women into engineering or med school or law school or the trades, that we should be celebrating male excellence in all facets of life because successful men mean happier citizens and a stronger nation. And I'm like, yeah, maybe because unhappy men kill people, right? They kill people from their spouse to school children to themselves. They rape and torture children. We've seen this now, that we're in this position now where unhappy men act out on society. So in some ways you could argue his argument that if men had all the power and men had all the jobs and women were subjugated to them, they would be happier. And you're like, but society would not be happier. The men would be happier. He went on to say that medicated, quarrelsome, meddlesome women gain their meaning through the participation in the global market, but it makes them agents of the new world and not new life. And those kind of women are the ones that are the backbone of every left-wing cosmopolitan party. And he's talking about everything from Britain to the Democratic Party here in America. But if women have fewer options, they're going to have more children, then they will be bound more tightly to the men in their life. And it's this idea that we have to drag women back to when they only had the choice to submit. And that's going to make the country a better place. And I have to tell you, as a woman who also grew up in the 90s and did not grow up in a Christian fundamentalist environment, this seems antithetical to everything I was taught, which was you can be anything you want to be. You can do anything you want to do. Women are just as good as boys. And now I'm going, oh, that was never how a lot of these men ever believed.
I caught the tail end.
I have a feeling that people believe that this is like not a fringe like idea, but based on what I've observed, I mean, when they're sitting there saying openly that, hey, women should not have a right to vote, that should be a cause for alarm to you. And I think that that is a cause for alarm to a lot of people. I think most people would not agree with that. You basically are relegated to like the realm of like a crazy person or like a person we shouldn't listen to if you openly say, hey, women should not vote. I think like right-wingers think that they are the majority, and they might even be the majority, say like on the internet. But between each individual, I don't see that most people want to get rid of women's right to vote.
Because I was a little in 90s, but it was still happening. And I remember those conversations occurring, and it just has grown in steam and been rebranded going throughout all of this. But it's really about dependency. Because there's a couple gaping enormous flaws in this logic that they refuse to address. And the first is these repeated claims that the natural state of woman is in submission, having children. If it was natural, it wouldn't require violence, force, indoctrination, or a legal system to enforce it. It's not natural. It's natural for some women, but the only way that you can believe that all women are meant to be in the home with kids, this is all of their natural state, is if you do not believe that women.
That is a great point. If it's not natural, why do you need to enforce it? Like if it is natural, like just let it happen. That is such a good point. That is incredible. I love that. I'll use that in an argument.
Men are unique people. They're just vessels. And in their belief system, the womb is a weapon of this ongoing Christian war. That's the first problem. And then the second problem is that you have 51% of the population who is now a major player in the workforce, in small businesses. You are talking about crushing your own economy for the sake of your own greed and your own selfishness. And you're right that when men are unhappy, the response is violence. And we do have this kind of ongoing question of, quote, the male loneliness epidemic. I call it male accountability. There's a series of flaws within this argument that they won't address, because ultimately it's just about getting as much power as they can and entrapping women, which is this huge push to have as many kids as you can, get married young, because when you're barefoot, pregnant, no work history, and they don't want to vote for a livable wage, because as pro-life as they claim to be, they sure don't care about you once you get here. Once you're here and you're actually born, they don't give a shit about you. The goal is to keep women so dependent they can't leave, ultimately, because if you're in an abusive marriage, or God forbid your husband dies and you have no work history, you can only get minimum wage. Our minimum wage isn't enough to raise children on. Then what's your option? Well, your option is to get married again as quickly as you can.
Absolutely. I mean, the Heritage Foundation, who we should remind people are the people that wrote Project 2025, which we are systematically checking off during the Trump administration. They're laying this out now, as you're saying, without apology. They're not trying to soften the delivery anymore. They literally believe in a world where women are not fully human beings, who are not moving through the world or society with autonomy, but they're sort of pieces that can be placed inside this structure, just, designed by men to serve men, and they can decide what we are and are not allowed to do. I mean, there is very clearly an active movement to remove women from the workplace, to remove women from higher education. And just so people understand, when this government defunded the Women's Bureau of Department of Labor, they basically said that helping women in the workforce is a relic of the past. We no longer need to do that. In many ways, the same way they argued that we no longer needed the Civil Rights Act because racism was over. Women's apprenticeships are being cut. Women are not being elevated in the military when they deserve it. Military committees in general to advance women in the armed services have been shut down. Private companies have stopped reporting on women in leadership. The New York Times just reported that 212,000 women have left the American workforce since January, while 44,000 men have entered it. The gender pay gap is actually widening, not shrinking. And 45% of American women are their family's primary breadwinner, with that number going up to 70% when it comes to Black women. So it seems like you said, they're actually getting rid of.
Is that true? Is it actually like the gender pay gap is widening? Is that true? Hold on, let me look here. Widening gender pay gap. Widening gender pay gap 2026. And so it's saying here the uncontrolled gender pay gap in the United States widened in 2026, with women earning 82 cents for every dollar earned from a man, down from 83 cents in 2025. This marks 2 consecutive years of regression, resulting in an estimated $14,300 less in annual median pay for women and accelerating a $1 million in lost lifetime earnings. That's wild.
Of their own tax base. If you take these opportunities from people who are such a huge part of the workforce and you put them back in the home, what really happens is more kids go hungry, less rent is paid, and your tax revenue for your country just dips. What do you think about that?
I think ultimately they don't care, and they really believe that they can replace the entire system with men. It's one of those. What was Trump's quote? Don't buy your child $17 or whatever he says.
Yeah,
like, just get by with less. Yeah, just get by with less.
On, that one.
Yeah, give $2, whatever it was. But the whole point of it is like, well, just buckle up and it'll work out. It'll work out. And that's the same thing. I don't know if you saw Isabel Brown at CPAC. She was the girl that got on stage and was like, if you're not teaching your kids to have kids before they're ready and more than they can afford, this plays into this ideology of God's going to help you figure it out. But then when you have more kids than you can afford and you're neglecting them and can't feed them and abusing them, then they're like, well, why did you have so many kids? What's your problem? Why were you so irresponsible? But it's ultimately this idea of we're just going to get power in the hands of men.
Oh my God, it's so true. Hold on. Wait a minute. That's so true. How often is it that you'll say, like, they'll sit there and start calling them baby mamas, like, oh, you just keep having kids and you just want like off the government dole and you just want more and more kids, and it's like, so you could get like tax write-offs, but also have children. It's good to have children. Please have children. Oh my God, that's so brutal.
Everything's going to be fine.
You know what that has to do? I bet you, like, because they're referring, like, I think what they're thinking about is like the idea of like a welfare queen, and they're literally thinking of like a Black woman. They're just like the Black woman that has a bunch of kids and gets like child support and the help that they need from the state. Well, she's a welfare queen. That's not the the type of children we want in the United States. Dude, it's so true, bro. That is so miserable. That's awful.
Fine. And then it's all going to work out and you just need to shut up and deal with it. Because here's the other thing. They have this rhetoric going, and this has especially been popularized in the Manosphere and Red Pill and the Groypers. This idea that women's right to vote is what's ruined the country, right?
Yep.
That women, leftist, childless, leftist, liberal women are the problem. But here's the thing. We have never had a female president. We have never had a female-led Congress. Only recently did we have a female state legislature that even had an equal amount of women. Men have had their hands on the reins of power this entire time. There has not been a moment of time in the history of this nation where women have led. So if you have a problem with the results, blame the men in power. You want to walk around claiming that men built everything? You have a problem with it? Then blame the men. You don't get to give them credit for building everything and then be mad about what's been built. Yes, women have had the right to vote, but women have had no leadership, no power, no control. We have not spearheaded the country at any point, and they still want to create this dialogue as if we're to blame, as if we're the ones leading the charge, and we have never led the charge, ever. I happen to be of the opinion that if women were leading, we would be in a much better position. But the whole rhetoric that women have somehow been able to take the vote and skew everything so far that we're the reason everything's falling. No, the reason everything's falling is because since Ronald Reagan in particular, you have allowed them to give tax breaks to the wealthy while they claim they're standing for you, and they're telling you it's going to trickle down on your head,
dude,
and what they're doing is pissing on your head. And you're
Dude,
allowing them to do it over
this
and over and over and over, even though they have shown you they don't give a shit about you. And now you're blaming everyone who's around you suffering the same instead of the people at the top that are emptying your wallet. But the indoctrination is so smart that
they're so based. I have to pause for a second. They're too goddamn based. You can't say something that based. Yo, I am looking for this brown crate at the north end of the room, and I, for the life of me, cannot find it based on this screenshot. It is just not there. Where the hell is it? Where is it? Is this brown crate north end room? No, this is not it. I'm looking though. Let's see. Monte is awesome. I love her. Yeah, I am loving her too. Because holy crap. Holy based Batman.
Conservative movement is so organized, and they obviously lack moral scruples to hold their leadership to account, and it makes them very effective.
This episode is brought to you by IQ Bar, our exclusive snack
No,
hydration and
I don't like the ad.
coffee sponsor. If you or the IQ start 20% to spring reset with my closet. Flying and buying.
Another one?
Let's set up a plan to reverse this at some point. They do much better long-term planning. They are much better at strategy. I'm looking at these Turning Point USA conferences that are run by women who all have jobs, who are making bank to convince young women to find a husband, not work, and as you said, have more babies than they can afford and are ready for, which is, like you said, it's a direct quote. Like, let's talk about the glamorized way, this trad wife culture, like what we're left with if these people get their way, because there's a reason. Like, I think it's really funny that they said that medicated women were the problem, because I was like, do you know how many women had to be medicated back when my mother was young just to keep them sane in their household? The concept of mothers for the helper was to keep women who were trapped in houses.
I have mentioned this so often, and I swear people just hand wave it away. They don't care. They're just like whatever, who cares? And then what was the solution that was given by the lady that was arguing the ridiculous TradCon shit? What was she saying? She says, oh, they need to be surrounded by their family. Their family will support them and they don't need drugs. I'm like, but they're still like stuck at home. So like, it doesn't matter if you're surrounded by your family. That's still not good for like your mentality to just be stuck at home all the time.
And lives that they hated with spouses they couldn't leave because they had nowhere to go. Valley of the Dolls was written all about women that just had to take medication just to like stay alive.
Valley of the Dolls. What is Valley of the Dolls? (1966) novel by Jacqueline Susan, in 1967 film that chronicles the lives of three women in show business who become addicted to dolls, slang for barbiturates and pills, to cope with the pressures of fame, beauty, and loneliness. It symbolizes the dark side of Hollywood, the high cost of success, and the hollowness of modern aspirations.
Outrageously drug addicted to amphetamines, barbiturates, heavily prescribed, and the suicide rate was through the roof. The way that the women's suicide rate plummeted when no-fault divorce was passed. Like, we have this illusion, and again, it was a propaganda campaign to get women who had joined the workforce during the war back in the home, because it's this whole, well, this is the way it's always been, this is traditional. No, it's not. Prior to World War II, families, you were in multi-family situations. It was too expensive to build a new home every time someone got married. Women had their parents with them or his parents with them. She was never in this situation of having to care for the whole home, all the children, and work at the same time. And as far as work goes, they're like, oh, women didn't work. Yes, they did. Wealthy women didn't, but poor women have always worked. They were always seamstresses, maids. They were always outside of the home working. They just got paid much less for it and got a lot more abuse from it. And so this idea of this being the norm, no, it wasn't the norm until the 50s, through a propaganda campaign, heavily medicated women that started to fracture because women were so miserable that they started telling their daughters, don't do this. Like, the reason that jewelry is a gift, a wedding gift from a mom, is it's meant to be an emergency fund in case you have to run. That's what it's for. And so this illusion, and that's, again, like, marriage and partnership can be so beautiful. So beautiful when you're with the right person. But the reality is that life happens. Sometimes you meet somebody who you don't actually meet the real them until 24 business months in.
True.
Sometimes you get with someone who falls prey to addiction. And in that addiction becomes someone that you're not safe with. And there's all these, we all know this, right? They're painting this fairy tale.
These things
that
happen.
very rarely exists, unfortunately, because humans are fallible and we're not perfect.
Happen.
And they always pitch it from this perspective of we're protecting women, right? It's the same thing, the way that they're attacking birth control right now. They're going from the side effects side of things, when birth control is as safe as Viagra. Like, it's as safe as Viagra. But what the underlying assumption is that, well, we're protecting women because she's not smart enough and capable enough to be in the doctor's office with her doctor and make that decision. We need to make it for her to protect her. This language around protection is infantilization. It's this idea that a woman isn't smart enough or capable enough to be able to make that decision, knowing those side effects, or a decision about abortion on her own. And again, the goal is to take power away. That's ultimately what it is. But the rhetoric, even if you just sit with it for a little bit of time, collapses on itself pretty quickly. I really worry about young women, because I know when I was in my late teens, early 20s, I was so impressionable. I was so naive. And I was part of Christian nationalism. I didn't start deconstructing until I was 23, when I really started to see the rest of the world and I was realizing things didn't add up. But there's so many young women that are falling prey to this, and they think they're serving God. They think they're going to have this blissful life. They're going to meet the perfect man. Everything's going to be great. And what's going to end up happening is they're not going to have an education. They're going to start having kids at 21. And if something does happen, they're stuck. And that makes me very,
Exactly.
very afraid because I mentor a
Exactly,
girl right
dude.
now. She's 23. She has 2 kids. She's
Very
married.
true.
And we recently had a great conversation where she was
Very
like, I'm so glad I'm
sad.
married and I love my husband. But if this doesn't work out, like, I realized I didn't have to do this. I thought I did. I thought I had to do this to be correct in society and to be loved as a woman. And I'm so glad she's learning that, but she already has 2 kids now. So if something does happen, she's in a tough position. I worry about
That's
a lot of, especially
crazy.
the late teen girls that are kind of falling into this movement because red pill, the trad wife, anti-birth control rhetoric is just red pill for women. It's just red pill for women. It's been rebranded. It's
Completely agree with this. I mean, it's just totally insane. And I think a lot of women, you know, they can fall into this trap and then there's no way out. Exactly. It's a very dangerous situation for a lot of women.
softened. I even hate the new agey rhetoric of, well, when you're with the right man, you'll submit because you're in your feminine energy. Excuse me? First of all, like aggression is feminine, protection is feminine, rage is feminine. Again, it narrows the window of where women can exist, that you're not truly in your feminine unless you're submissive. Okay. You can go do that in your corner.
Take a look at the animal
Go do
kingdom.
that
That
in
ain't
your
it. You know what I mean?
corner.
Like, take a look
Exactly.
at lions. The male lion lies
Exactly.
around. The male gorilla lies around. They don't like to have a competitor. Any other alpha of that group is drawn away. And it's the women who hunt, the women who fight, the women who protect. And I think that is ridiculous that we would assume that was natural when everyone knows that we've known for years that a woman can like lift a car if her baby's stuck under it. Like women are all power. And I think the thing is that these Christian thought leaders are telling us that society fell apart when women got power, when women got the vote, when women left the home, that liberal women are the bane of society. It all feels very original sin to me that women are to blame. And I'm sure that must feel very normal to you if you grew up in that kind of society.
You're used to it. I mean, that is kind of a core teaching. So the foundation of especially fundamentalism and Christian nationalism is, you know, the first thing they teach you is that when you're born, you're sinful, you're going to hell, you're broken, you can't do anything good. Only God can do that for you. So they lay a foundation of you not being good enough. You're sinful. You can't trust your own intuition, right? Trust not your own understanding. So you grow up with this self-questioning and you never really learn to trust your own intuition. They train that out of you very, very young. Then there's an added layer for women based around original sin. Now, Genesis 1 and 2 are actually 2 different creation stories. They come from 2 different manuscripts, but they also contradict each other. The order of creation is different. In Genesis 1, male and female are created at the same time, and they are a representation of God's image, the spectrum of God's image. And in Genesis 2, Eve comes from the rib. That's the reason that the legend of Lilith originated in the first place. The alphabet of Ben Sora was trying to explain the contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2.
Explain to people who don't know Lilith.
Lilith is, according to legend and myth, she is Adam's first wife. So if you believe the legend of Lilith, she is the woman mentioned in Genesis 1. And so what happens is man and woman are created at the same time. Lilith refuses to submit. Specifically in the text, she specifically refuses to submit sexually. She will not take the sexually subservient position. And so then she ends up leaving the garden because of refusing to submit, and she becomes essentially a demon, is you know, and now she's associated with Satan.
Often associated with Satan, yeah.
Yes, when really
And
in reality,
vampires and yeah.
yes, and a succubus, all of those kind of things. And then Eve is chapter 2. But the legend of Lilith was created to try to explain the contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. And the contradiction is, well, they were written in different time periods and they're different manuscripts.
I don't understand like why grown adults like listen to stories like this and go, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's accurate." Like, do you not realize that you're talking about like a story that never happened? Like, it's just like you may as well be talking about Aesop's fables. I mean, it's just not real. Like maybe there's a lesson to be had, but the fact is that these things never actually happened. Like the Adam and Eve account never happened. And so I don't know why, I guess people get attached to this stuff. It's kind of silly. Come on, roll into it, hit it. Ah, there we go. There it is. Okay. Sorry. Let me just whack this guy. All right. Got that one.
But one of the things that happens, so you have that first layer of fundamentalism where they teach you that you're worthless, you can't trust your intuition, only trust your male leaders because God ordained their authority. But then they add on that layer of, well, women are, when you as a young girl are like, well, why do I have to submit? Well, why don't I get to lead? And they say, well, it's because Eve sinned first. And it is not lost on me that Eve's first sin was eating and gaining knowledge. That's Eve's sin, right? You will become like the gods. And so that becomes a justification. And it's the reason that the story was written that way. It was a justification in the society at a time of how do we justify the subjugation of women? They did it then. It's still being used now, you know, thousands of years
Very
later.
true.
And it's selective
Absolutely
literalism. You can look at other
horrendous.
parts of the Bible that they decide we're not keeping anymore. Like we can all eat bacon now. We can wear mixed linen. But whenever it comes to conveniency of power and hierarchy, well, we're going to keep those parts literal. And while we
Yes.
ignore all of the verses about adultery, we're going to keep the ones about gay sex because we don't like those people, but we're going to follow the serial adulterer, which is the most condemned sexual sin in the Bible. And it's the reason that abuse is so rampant in the church. I mean, Robert Morris just got out of prison for a 6-month stint abusing a 12-year-old for 5 years.
We should tell people that Robert Morris is
Bruh.
deeply connected to this administration. He's not just a random theologian.
Yeah, he was Donald Trump's spiritual advisor his first term.
There we go.
And we see this over and over
Bruh.
and over and over because you've established,
terrifying.
you've created an excuse for unbridled hierarchy, which just means power without accountability. And it becomes more about protecting image than it does people. I live in Nashville, and the Southern Baptist Convention had to sell their headquarters here to pay for the cost of all of the sexual abuse cases and allegations. They had kept a list of over 700 credibly accused church leaders that they didn't disclose. They just reshuffled people. But it's the same thing. They would rather protect image than protect people. And we've seen it with the documentary about the victims of Doug Wilson's teachings. And it's always women and children that take the heat every time.
Yeah, and of course, we can't forget that all of this is taking place in a culture and society where absolutely no one is being held responsible for anything in the Epstein files, which is, of course, rape, subjugation, torture of girls and women, some boys.
And allegedly murder, too.
Yeah, murder. And if you have enough power, you get away with it. We should probably also remind people that the only people in Trump's cabinet that have been held responsible for anything yet are the women. Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi. Recently, Trump's been raging about Carolyn Levitt not being good enough. These are all the women who have betrayed other women to serve the patriarchy, to serve Christianity. I think you were saying that there's always a few women out there that are meant to keep other women in line, but they're also the first ones thrown to the wolves.
Yeah. And when the nominations were coming through after the election, I specifically told people, and I wish I could find the video because I posted a video about it. I said, they're going to nominate these women. It's going to convince white women specifically that, oh, this movement isn't sexist. They have women leadership. The liberals are just raging. But I told people, I said, they will be the first to go and they will be scapegoated. And also, I think Caroline Levitt has an out.
They were in fact scapegoated. If I'm not mistaken, I think like both Pam Bondi and I think there was like one other that got Kristi Noem were ousted away from, the good old boys network. And they're now, they have effectively have been ostracized because of the ultimately horrible actions that were commanded by Trump. And they basically put all of the fault on the women. And so now it leaves only the men available to be assisting. So it's just wild that we just kind of look at that and it's like, oh, that's normal, I guess.
Oh, she's created an out by getting pregnant. And I think that was intentional. Because as much as I dislike her, she's not stupid. And she knew what was going to happen. She knew that hammer was going to come down, and walking away because she's pregnant and wants to be with her family and take care of her kids is the best way for her to make an escape without being embarrassed the way Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem have been. But Tulsi Gabbard's going to go too. And they're going to replace them with loyalist men, the yes men. And the same thing with, the reason they're not promoting women in the military, the reason they're getting rid of women in leadership is they want to establish yes men in every facet of authority, top to bottom, to do their bidding.
So I have a dog and a kid, and as much as we try, we are a shoes-on household. So I require major power to clean my house.
What the hell?
What the hell? What the hell? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I have to wear a makeup brand.
What the hell? Yo, bro, where do I get these ads, bro? Where do I, at what point do I get an advertiser that's like, hey, here's $5,000. Can you do this ad read? Oh my God. That would be incredible. I'll do it. So I would do so emphatically. Anyway.
Politics girl.
They want to establish yes men in every facet of authority, top to bottom, to do their bidding.
Which is interesting because people often say, you said earlier in this, if submission was really our natural instinct, you wouldn't need so many laws, so many rules, so much violence to do it. In many ways, men are better at submitting to other men.
They're so much better at submitting.
Women are. They like authority figures. They submit to it. They'll go in full force. I find it interesting that they spend so much time saying it's our natural state when we're the hardest group to control.
Because if it was a natural state, women would not keep getting up over and over and fighting back over and over and over. It would be much easier to just submit. And we don't. And throughout history, we don't. We get up and we fight again. And there is no one who is more submissive than a conservative man. They want a more masculine man to tell them how to be a man, to tell them what to do. But think about it, even in marriages, when a woman's talking about she wants help at the home because she's also working outside the home, what does the husband say? Well, just make me a list. Tell me what you want me to do. They want to show up, check the boxes. Someone tells them exactly what to do, where to be, how to get it done, and then they want to go home. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if we're going to talk about natural states for the bulk of a certain population, that's the natural state. Women are much more free, much more harder to control. But again, the whole that doesn't fit in line with the rhetoric, and it certainly doesn't give them access to power.
People love your work online because you have this ability to explain things that are very complicated and often very cerebral in a very clear way. And I was listening to you recently talk about the difference between misogyny and misandry. Do you want to talk to us about what you were saying? Because I think that people don't understand. They think that misogyny is just a hatred of women and misandry is a hatred of men, and they're exactly the same. And you're like, no, that's not actually the case.
Very, very different. So misandry is the very logical response to misogyny. And also there's what you have to think about when you're addressing things like this is proximity to power. So misandry is a woman's not born with misandry the way that a man's not born with misogyny. Misandry develops after repeated assaults, harassment, mistreatment. Misandry causes a woman to maybe hurt a man's feelings. She'll withdraw from men. She doesn't want to engage with them. She might be a little mean. Misogyny gets women killed. Misogyny causes a man to stab a woman to death because she ignored his catcall. That
is so true. I mean, with that being said, right? Both misandry and misogyny are bad things. We shouldn't have either. But at the same time, I kind of agree with her where it's like, when there is misogyny, like some pretty rampant misogyny, it can get as bad as women getting killed. Whereas misandry is like, well, I'm just, I hate men, and you get mad at men and you yell at men or whatever. I don't know.
Misogyny leads to domestic violence. Misogyny leads to the removal of civil rights. Because when we're looking at a proximity to power, misandry holds no proximity to power. Again, what we're doing, when we equate misandry with misogyny, we are equating the value of a woman's life with the value of a man's feelings. Those carry very, very different weight. And if you treat and you cure the disease known as misogyny, misandry disappears.
Completely.
Because it's a symptom. It's not the problem. But again, when we look at that proximity to power and the weight of the outcome, we don't hear about women attacking a man because he declined their advances. Like, women aren't doing that. But we are seeing Giselle Pellicote's case. We're seeing the 70,000 men in a Signal chat about how to rape their wives and sisters and mothers. And women are not responding that way. So misandry is it's the same thing that they say when they're like,
Gross.
oh, well, women have false allegations about sexual assault, which false allegations range about 2 to 10%, which matches every other violent crime, false allegations. Car theft, abuse, murder, all those things, it's the same. It is no different than any other crime. And what that means is that at minimum, 9 times out of 10, a woman's telling the truth. But what it is it's a scapegoat to say, you have to be perfect before I'll acknowledge problems. And as long as you're not perfect, I refuse accountability. And I tell men that I speak with, I'm like, if you are more bothered about 10% at the most false allegations than you are the 90% of the time that it's true, you are the problem, and this is not a conversation I can have with you. But they do the same thing with misandry. Oh, these women hate men. No, women are talking about your bad behavior. Women are addressing it. Women are refusing to put up with it. Oh my God, she said something that hurt your feelings. When the inverse, the other direction with misogyny is women are texting their friends to go on a date, sending a picture where they're meeting. I'm going to check in with you so that I'm safe. I'm making sure I don't let him pick me up because I don't want him to know where I live. There's a very, very different weight of power and outcome that's causing that. And misandry is the result of misogyny.
Yeah, misogyny is almost a system of beliefs and a power structure that devalues women, that puts them in jeopardy. I remember watching a TED Talk once where a guy wheeled out an entire huge blackboard and he put a line down the middle of the blackboard, and on one side he put men and on one side he put women. And he's asked the audience, he said, okay, men, what do you do in your daily life to make sure you don't get raped? And some guy was like, don't go to prison. And he was like, okay, don't go to prison. He wrote that.
Don't go to jail.
Yeah, he was like, what else? And they were all like, and he's like, okay, you guys think about that. Let's go to the women. And it literally never stopped. They were like, don't wear a ponytail while running. Don't walk to your car at night. Make sure you don't park by this, do this. Like and it went on until he just kept writing and writing and writing until the women's entire side of the blackboard was filled with things they have to think of and do to not be attacked in their society. And then he came back to the men and he said, have you thought of something else other than not going to prison? And like every man in the room was like silent. They couldn't believe what had just happened. And I was like, I think that's the thing. Like it goes back to that old quote from Margaret Atwood that said that men are afraid women will laugh at them and women are afraid men will kill them. And I think that we need to remember that misandry can hurt men's feelings. If you say, I don't like men, men are awful. Misogyny kills women, like you said. 60% of women are killed or murdered by someone they know. Male homicides are typically a stranger, but violence against women is overwhelmingly done in private spaces by people close to them. So we can't pretend that misogyny and misandry have the same weight or consequence. And we also can't pretend that if we trap women back in homes with private partners, we're not asking for many of them to die.
Well, we saw that during COVID when women couldn't leave the house. Like cities everywhere, bodies started turning up because these women couldn't escape. And now the man is also stressed because of the pandemic or because he's drinking, because he's home all day. We already saw what happened when you lock women back in the home and they can't leave. We have so much data. And I think that the prison analogy is a really good picture, because I am actually grateful that men don't have to walk around worried about being raped all the time. I'm so glad. I'm really glad that you don't have that problem. But when you don't have that problem, you don't necessarily understand. Prison becomes helpful because then they get it. Like the weight of misogyny doesn't sink into a man until you force him to analyze what would you do if you were put in prison. Because when there's no 100%. Women to treat this way, men will treat other men this way. And now you become the prey, you become the target. That's when we can actually have a meaningful conversation about the impact of misogyny and the danger that women face. Because when men are left to their own devices in a place of just all men, they will find a man to do it too.
Listen, I think this is why I've been saying for a really long time that I'm absolutely ready for the matriarchy. I think people get really confused when I say that because they think, oh, you just want women to be in charge of everything. And I'm like, no. Here's the thing. That's not what matriarchy is. And like matriarchy at the end of the day, it's like, it's not women on top instead of men on top. It's children on top, the weakest on top. Who are we holding up, right? Like who are we holding up?
It's the future
on
top.
The poor, yes. And like if we can make sure that the children have everything they need, clean water, good education, safe place to live, safe society, everyone in that society benefits. A matriarchy takes the collective as a whole, and it's a lot more working together and holding the weakest up so that everyone else can thrive. Whereas patriarchy is literally man on top, everyone else below. And it's a completely different thought. What are your thoughts on the matriarchy?
Oh, I'm so here for it. Yeah. And I think what we're seeing again, and one of the things that keeps me hopeful, because I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, everything's burning, what do we do?
She's here for the matriarchy. So, okay. I know that I always talk about how, women they would be better leaders. I agree with that. At the same time, I wouldn't want to live in a society that says, oh, if you're a man, you can't be a leader. I'm not against male leaders. But I do think that I don't think we give as much credit to women in their ability to lead than what people assume, I guess. People just kind of assume oh, men are supposed to be the leaders of stuff. And I think it's just, I think it's just just basically the patriarchy that makes that argument, but there's no actual logical reason why it ought be that way.
I love that there's no pretense now with all these different movements, but especially we see the patriarchy struggling for breath. It's dying. We're in a transition period, and it's going to be messy and it's going to be rough, but we are in this huge transition period. And I think what we're seeing is a lot of ancient wisdom kind of come to the front. There is a Lakota proverb that says, we don't inherit the world from our parents, we borrow it from our children. And I think as we start to shift our view towards that, I mean, that's naturally matriarchy, but it's also better for everyone. The people who need the most protection, the most love, the most support, the people that guarantee the future of all society and of people are the ones who are the focal point, not a few stragglers at the top that are still in office at 118 just to grab that last little handful of power. And so I think it's a really positive shift. And I do think that it's really important to teach people what matriarchy means, right? Because we saw how hurt men got over the Barbie movie. And it's like, it's proving a point. It's letting you see the shoe on the other foot. It's art. That's not matriarchy though. Matriarchy holds the children up first.
I mean, that's brilliant. Before you go, knowing what you know now, what do you think of those of us who don't want to go down this patriarchal Christian nationalist route should be doing in this country to counter this road that we are clearly on? There's a reason people are nervous because they can see we're actually on this road now. It's a real fear because I think it's a real possibility. What do you think we should be doing right now?
So the first thing I would say is if you're someone who didn't grow up in this movement, you need to learn about it. You need to be knowledgeable enough that you can have this conversation. I call it speaking Christianese because ultimately we're in a position where you have to know. I would recommend Catherine Stewart's books, Money, Lies, and God and Power Worshippers for sure. But you have to know enough that you can hold your ground with it. For women, if you get married right now, which I love that for you, don't change your name. Don't change your name right now. If you want to change and take your husband's name later, by all means do that. Do not do it right now. It is too dangerous. I would be too nervous to get married, like me personally, because of the way that they're trying to change the laws. You have got to fight with everything you have because they have been so clear about what they want to take away and they mean it the same way they meant it. You remember they said, we're not coming after Roe. That's crazy. It's about states' rights. They have lied their whole way. They have that, and now they're being clear. So we have to believe them. And that means running for school board, showing up to school board meetings. That means city council, town halls, making sure you are there, you are present, because the phrase that I use is you can't take your fist to a gunfight. Understand that these people do not believe in the rights of other people to determine their own destiny, determine their own faith. They believe in force and coercion. And I understand that people have a lot of fear around protesting, around pushing back, around being vocal. Use your voice now before you don't have one. And I understand that fear, but if we don't push back now, these people have no issue running over anyone that gets in their way. They have no issue subjugating people. I mean, we're watching red pill creators now justify slavery. We're watching people with theological backgrounds use the Bible to justify human trafficking. And so we are in a moment, and I understand that this is
I've been seeing that lately. I'm like, bro, hearing more and more people make it. There was somebody on my server who was arguing like, well, slavery wasn't that bad. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Holy crap.
Hardest for parents, right? Because you have a little person who's dependent on you. And also we have created especially a healthcare system where your ability to take your child to the doctor is tied to your job. So you speak out, you lose your job, you're in a bind. I don't want to be unsympathetic to those concerns. And which is why I take such a hard stance as a single person with no kids, because I feel like that's my role because I don't have a child depending on me. But we also all have to show up and we have to fight like your life depends on it because it does. Because we are dealing with an absolutely ruthless movement that not only do I believe we can win, I believe we will. But we also have to be very serious about who, and I'm going to use a strong word, who our enemy is. I grew up with this idea of American exceptionalism, that America was the greatest, freest, most Christian nation. And I obviously learned a lot of that's not true, but it doesn't mean that we can't be exceptional in the future. It doesn't mean that we can't look at our future and say, this is what I want to build. But it means that we have beaten them back before. This is not the first time in history that this type of fundamentalism has reared its ugly head. We've beaten them back before. We can beat them back now, but we have to take it seriously. And that means showing up to vote. That means protesting. That means being at every local meeting. This started locally. They started locally by taking over school boards. You have to get out. And I know that it's terrifying for people, but we have to use our voices now before we lose the opportunity to do that, especially as women.
Oh,
Especially
I
as
completely
women.
agree.
Absolutely.
It's
Thank you
fabulous.
so much. Like, I just appreciate you joining me so much. I hope you will come back again. I love talking to you.
Love to. Anytime.
Tell people how they can follow your work, though. And they can follow your work moving forward because you're doing a lot of really great things.
So you can find me at Monty Mader.
Yo, how do I get Monty Mader on my show, bro? I gotta contact her. I would love to have a conversation with her about this stuff. It's just, it blows my mind, like how horrendous these. Let me see if I can pull up her email. Monty Mader email. Monty Mader email. Contact Monty Mader. How big is she? Is she like really big? Is Monty Mader like really big? Here, let me see what
everywhere. And it's MONTEMADER on all socials, and then montymader.com.
And then they can follow your music there too. And you do a Bible study, which I think is so cool for people who like really truly are Christian.
Yeah. Monty Mader. Okay, yeah, she's got 172K subscribers. So not huge, but pretty big.
Anytime.
Yeah, let me see if I can get I'm gonna message her. Share your story. Near-death experiences and personal deconstruction stories for Flipping Tables podcast. Monty reads every submission but cannot respond individually. Highway to Hell. Topic ideas. Bible study class questions, business media inquiries, for podcast invitations, collaboration proposals, and professional media requests only. business@montymader.com. Okay, let me do that. Let me just open up my Outlook and get that taken care of real quick. Eggy giggy. Eggy giggy. All right, here we go. New email to Monty Mader. Request for a potential AMA and or discussion. Greetings, Monty. I heard about you from a friend of mine, and I gotta say I love what you have to say. I run a tiny YouTube channel. Just got to 1,100 subs recently. Woo. Just got to 1,100 subs recently. And was curious if you would be willing to collaborate with me talking about feminist issues, as I am on your side with this one, and hopefully to shed some light against right-wing influence. Please reach out. I don't make any money on this on my YouTube channel, or at least not enough to pay you. Check for me. Okay, here we go. Greetings, Monty. I heard about you from a friend of mine, and I gotta say, I love what you have to say. I run a tiny YouTube channel, just got to 1,100 subs recently, woohoo. And I was curious if you would be willing to collaborate with me in talking about feminist issues, and because as I am on your side with this one, and I hope to shed some light against right-wing influence. Please reach out. I don't make any money on my YouTube channel, or at least not enough to pay. This is just a passion project for me. Hope to hear from you soon. Boop. There we go. Sent. Irma says Amender should clip this. Clip what? Me talking about it? We are taking calls, by the way. We've not gotten any calls yet. But the phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. I'm going to turn up the game, and since this stream is done, I'm going to go ahead and hide Chrome, but we're going to make it bigger. Let me make it bigger so that way if I need to flash some source or something, it will be there. Okay, and then we're just going to boop. Okay, let's play some more Zelda. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. I want to hear what you have to say. If you have anything you want to bring up, I'll hear you out. Other than that, we're going to be playing some Zelda. Right now I am collecting enough rupees for the final mask. Well, second to final mask, but basically we're 100%ing Majora's Mask, and we're just going through all the steps to get to it. So let's start with... where do we go? We got to hit up that bird. There's a bird. I honestly could be a Goron and it would be faster, but I don't feel like pulling up my menu, so we're just going to do it this way. Bird, where you at, bird? Where you at, bird? Where the bird at? I can't have this bird touch me. He'll steal my stuff, and I can't do that. Can't have that. Where, bird? Where, bird? You know what? Oh, no, he's over there. There he is. He's right there. I see him. I can see bird. Bird is there. Get bird. Oh, I missed. Get him. God, how many hits does he take? I'm missing. Sorry. I am missing. I don't want to get too close to him. Is he dead? No, still alive.
Wow, a dono.
Oh my goodness, it's a Rubik. It just tipped $2 super chat saying, I think you forgot something.
Wow,
LOL. What did I
dono.
forget? It might be difficult for you to sleep around. That doesn't mean that all guys have that problem. Okay. Well, thank you very much, by the way. I really appreciate that, Dono. That's amazing. And if you are listening and you're not subscribed, do me a favor. Please subscribe. I'm working on getting bigger and bigger. And we keep getting bigger as time goes on. So if you want to kind of get in on the ground floor, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be pretty sick. It's going to be pretty sick. That's all the rupees I got? 361? That's it? That's all I get? That's it? Oh my goodness. Hitting there. Get some rupees. I do like the rupees. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I do like the rupees. I do like them. I think I need 500 rupees. You know, honestly, now that I think about it, I think we could just go to the bank because I gotta have at least that amount of rupees. But don't I need like never mind. I think you need 1,000 rupees for a heart piece, so we're just gonna leave the money in there. Oh, you can't hurt him when he's all right. Bomb. Bombos. Womp womp. I don't want to sleep around. I'm just saying reality at this point. Okay, Amender, check out the video that Rubik sent you. Okay. I'm so sorry. I will. Did you forget? Yes, I did forget. Let me see. Is this the Flurfs or Idiots episode? Is that the one that you want to send me? Which one do I open? Was it and is it a trailer for an upcoming video? This is a good one too. Which one do you sent me 2 links, Rubik's. Do I click here? We'll do the top one. Let's see what we get. Flatearth.mp4. Okay, all right, here we go. Fight the Flat Earth Pictures. Based on
so many
stupid.
things can happen. So much time. Here, Chris. From New York, Westchester County. It's
different from the rest.
The sun was standing. Why don't you stop this bullshit?
The dumbest people. Debunked once again. Oh no! Oh no! I like it. Who did the editing for this? It's very good. That's funny as hell. That is hilarious. Good work. Good work. Let me see. This one's good too. Let's see. Flurfs are Idiots episode. Eric Dubé. 1stAmender, pay attention to the credits. What does it say? Okay. The iMovie Fight the Flat Earth Pictures present the Fight the Flat Earth Pictures presents production with an association with iMovie, an FTFE film, The Flat Earth, edited by It's a Rubik's, production designer, them, director of photography, CGI, casting by NASA, music by you know who, costume designer, the Freemasons, the executive producer, Satan. It's written by the Illuminati and directed by... This is gonna be good. This is good stuff. Meet Eric. He's man, bro. Y'all are wild. Just right off the gate, he's pretty dumb. A stupid theory needs to be exposed. I honestly, like, it's like so dumb that it's like there's no, like, I don't even entertain the concept of flat earthers. It's just so dumb. It's like the dumbest thing ever. Flurfs are idiots. That's awesome. Great work. Great work. That's fun. That's really fun. I look forward to that on the Fight the Flat Earth channel. That ought to be good. Anyway, I'm going to keep playing my game. Zelda. All right, here we go. You know, it dawned on me, I have not gotten food. I need to get the food. Did I get the, 388 rupees? Money. I think I can, honestly, let's see what happens when I use this sword. Because I know it's stronger. It's bound to C for some reason, which is stupid. It should never be bound to C. Can I even do no, I can't even do a charge. Yeah, I'm just like stuck to doing it this way. God, it sucks. Whatever, just stick to this, I guess. It really should have been bound to B. Why is the fairy sword not bound to B? Women have informed enthusiast consent. They want you to read their body language and take initiative. That excites them. Sometimes not all women are a monolith, man. You can't just like think that it's all the same between all women. It's like saying it's all the same between all men. It's like there's just going to be differences. Like, bro, I remember I read like the Ayn Rand book. Like Ayn Rand like had a weird like sexual assault fantasy. Like it was obvious that that's what the kink that she was into, but that doesn't mean all women like that. Like, what? Not everybody thinks like Ayn Rand. In fact, most people don't think like Ayn Rand. Hell yeah, let's go. Heart. Money. Wow, money. We got money to collect. We got money to collect. We got money to collect. We need more money. We have no money. There's not enough. Not enough money. We need to collect money. We need 500 rupees. Let's collect 500 rupees. This is probably a faster way to do this, but I'm not a speed runner. I apologize for not being good enough. Dun, 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 dun. We're gonna go over here, and then there will be a hole, I think, here. Wow, look at that. Look at that. It looks so spooks. I gotta hit him with an arrow, I think. Methinks arrow. Oh boy. Ow. Let's see if I can beat this thing. Man, he's strong. Whack. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. I don't know why my phone number is not rang yet. Everybody is just like, I just want to listen to 1stAmender play Majora's Mask. Wow. Wow. Is there money in that chest? There might be money in the chest. Can't tell. Money? I don't think it's money. That's not the typical sound. Is that a heart piece? That's a heart piece. Wow. Wow. Rainbow Ash says, I like those lyrics, Amanda. I've noticed people, for whatever reason, like me singing along to the Zelda music. I don't know why. I don't even think I have a good singing voice, you know, but I guess like people are just enjoying that I'm just riffing. I'm trying to collect 500 rupees. We need 500 rupees, and I don't have 500 rupees. I need 500 though. And so we've got to like keep whacking at these until we get 500 rupees. We have currently 427. Most of the hard work has been done. We just have more to do. Money. First Amender, do you know about the 2 silver rupee charts in Clocktown? I do know that there is 1 silver rupee. Is there another silver rupee in Clocktown? ¿A dónde? ¿A dónde, señora? Rainbow Ash says, you're funny, Amender. Thank you. Wow. We've got 449. All right, where are the fine? We'll pull it. Where are the silver rupees in Clocktown? Majora's Mask. Okay. High rooftop. Yep, did that one. Inside a chest. It is done. A hidden treasure chest. Okay, let's go. All right, so we're going to go to the Stockpot Inn. Let's do it. Let's do it. I have the power of God and anime on my side. Bobro saying, oh gosh, AWOL is going to talk about how he lives his day-to-day life. Rainbow Ash says, I know about the chest on the roof. I forgot the one in the hideout. Yes. But there's also one in the Stockpot Inn, and honestly, we just need one. I remember where the Stockpot Inn one is. There's another in the Bomber hideout. Sick. Was sick. Well, we only need 50 rupees, and then we're done. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Going to the Stockpot and get myself 100 rupees so we can get the second to the final mask. Da 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 da. Going up the stairs. Looking in this room. Wait, it says what? What does that say? It says employees only. Wait a minute. Sneaking into people's rooms. You're the worst. I don't think I can. I just realized I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I can enter into that room. Yeah, because there's like a whole other thing. All right, guys. I remember playing Majora's Mask when it came out. It was so tedious. Yeah, there's moments. There are moments that are like, this sucks. But there's also moments that are like, this is really good. So it's kind of an interesting mixed bag, if you will. But it's great. It's a good time. If you like good old-fashioned Zelda, well, this has got it in spades, I'd say. And let me just say, absolutely dripping in atmosphere. So yeah, I don't want to hunt the bomber kids again. I don't really feel like doing that. I just need like 50 rupees. Like I'm just gonna keep going after these bushes until I get what I need. We've only got like what, 35 rupees to get. We got this. If you aren't subscribed, please do so now. I stream like this all the time. You should join me because it is really fun. Make sure you hit like on the video, and we're gonna get 500 rupees very soon. Only 2? What? That sucks. We only got 2 rupees there. That was terrible. Wait, can you kill that bird again and get the same rupee? I don't think you can. I'm erring on the side of no. Sexual orientation has to do with who you're attracted to, not your relationship history. Whoa. Based. Rubik says, I think the code is 58241. You're probably right, because there's only a total of 3 codes. You know, 1 for each day. They change it every day. Honestly, very secure upon the bomber kids. I mean, if you really think about, like, from just like a cybersecurity standpoint, not bad. Now, the part that is not so good is the part where that they don't use the same number twice because they got this weird shirt mechanism that they got going on. They're like, well, I got the 1 shirt, and then my friend has the 2 shirt, and then my other friend has the 3 shirt, and then I've got 2 other friends. There's the 4 and then the 5 shirt, and then and we get into a line, and then we turn around and be like, okay, I'll show you the code. Bloop bloop bloop. And they show you their backs. I sound kind of insane when I'm talking about Majora's Mask. It doesn't change every day. It's specific to your save file, 1stAmender. Is it? What? What? No. I thought it changes every day. Am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about that? No, I'm almost positive it changes every day. Do you have the notebook? The notebook saves it. The Bomber Kid notebook? Where is the Bomber Kid notebook? Is that it? Is that supposed to be it? Because if so, I definitely do not have it. Rubik says you are wrong, 1stAmender. Okay. I don't know. I'm not good at this game. I can beat it. Watch me beat it. I'm gonna beat it. I'm like 11 rupees away. I'm gonna beat the game. I'm gonna show you the power of the rupees. Are there just no more bushes? Are there no more bushes for me to harass? Wow. Many. Lots of queer people have straight relationships before they come out. Relationship history has nothing to do with your sexual attraction. That's very true. Very, very true. A lot of people, they end up repressing like who they are inside, and like specifically will be like, oh, see, I have a normal relationship. So, you know, I'm happy. She's happy. We're all happy. I'm good. And it's like, man, that's a crime. That sucks. That sucks if somebody has to go through that. But I would imagine there would be thousands of people like that. All right. Now, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Appreciate y'all very much for joining me for this stream. We are trying to 100% Zelda. I think I'm supposed to go to the let me look that up. Mask locations, masks, locations, Majoras, mask. All right, let's see here. What is it called? The all-night mask. Okay, location, Curiosity Shop. I think it's like, is this the Curiosity Shop? This is not the Curiosity Shop. This is the Trading Post. Many black women in the United States get HIV from black men that don't want to admit that they did homosexual stuff while in prison. That's awful. Curiosity Shop. Hi. Hi. Tonight, I got nothing to sell. I kid you not. Can I buy something? I'll pay you good for it. What? Wait. Listen to the first story. Choose all the top. Hold on. This is the second story. To obtain all night link must have prevented Sakon the thief from the bomb bagel. That when this is done, the man from the Curiosity Shop on the final night from 10 p.m. for 500 rupees. Oh. Okay. Final night, huh? All right. 10 p.m. Here it comes. Or Hylian or whatever. 1stAmender, the notebook keeps track of all the timed events and the passcode. You get it by tracking them down while human. Okay. I just haven't done that yet. I'll probably go do that after this. After I get that all-night mask. And then we're going to hunt for, what is it, heart pieces? And then once we have the heart pieces, do it. After we get all the heart pieces, then we can go fight Majora on the moon. And we'll be done. Well, the game will be complete. All right. Looks like I gotta wait till 10. Waiting till 10. Let's count the number of flowers so it gives us something to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 yellow flowers. We're gonna look over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 purple flowers. That gives us something to do. Then over here, count these flowers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 red flowers, or pink, depending on how you see it. Don't talk to them while this is time stops when you talk to people. Did you get the heart piece from the dancers? Yes, I did. I'm moving around in a circle. Wait, hold on. We could catch the bomber kids. Let's do that. Yes. Hey, you can't tell anyone. Every bomber has a notebook. Here's how we use it. Okay. The Bombers Gang is a secret society of justice. You cannot tell this to anybody. All right, hold on. I want to go join the bomber kids. Let's go talk to the bomber kids. Bomber kids. Then they're going to the bomber kids. We're going to go over here and talk to this bomber kid. Check out, hey kid, you clearly don't have the right tools. I got you, what? All right, now, kid. Are you the guy who just popped that up there? Wow. Hey, just for you, guy, I can make you a member of our gang, the Bombers, but there's a test! Are you ready? All right, line the fuck up, guys. You can find 5 of us by tomorrow morning. Put on the bunny ears. It'll make us go up fast. Come here, little bitch. Come here. Damn it, kid, fast. All right, one. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Got you. Next. Action. Action. There's a kid. Kid. Go, 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 go. Got him. Okay. Now there's one. There should be one more kid. Where is he? Where you at? Where you at? Where the kid at? Where the kid at? He's up here. Where is he? Where's the little brat? Oh, he's up there. He's up there. He's up there. We're gonna get him. All right, hold on. Okay. Boop. Alrighty then. Hey there. Hey kid. You done. You done. You done. Wait, he ran down. Where'd he go? Come here, 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 come here. Gotcha. Now there's only one left. West Clock Town. We going. Dun 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 dun. Going to West Clock Town. We're gonna go over here. Bum 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 bum. Run 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 run. Run 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 run. Catch the kids. There's one in West Clocktown. I'm going the wrong way. West Clocktown. Come here, you punk-ass kid. Hey, we got him. Now, give me the bomber notebook. Right. There's a bomber's notebook. We got the bomber's notebook. We got the bomber notebook. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right, I'll teach you the secret code. Wait, do I get stickers for all the ones that I completed, like, already? Or do they does it just now start? Like, because that would be really annoying. All right, hold on. Bomber notebook. Bum bum. 54132. 54132. Oh no. Oh no. We didn't fill out anything. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my goodness. I'm not filling out that notebook, bro. Okay, now we can go back and collect the mask. We got 500 rupees. We're going to go to West Clocktown. Go to the West. West. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's 10 o'clock now. We can go. Curiosity shop. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, I don't serve masqueraders. Okay, come in. You gotta look around. Tonight's bargain is an all-night mask used at nighttime. I forgot when this was made, but it sure is a freaky mask, see? When you put it on, you can try to fall asleep, but you won't be able to. Pretty creepy, huh? Check the bargain. It's 500 rupees. Sure. It's mine. It will not let you fall asleep. The man from the curiosity shop was added to your notebook. You bought a weird mask. This was added to your notebook. You don't have nothing else to sell. I kid you not. So, can I buy something? No. Okay. Okay. Excadriller saying, okay, point proven. Lesbian women in chat. Gross. There's nothing gross about people living out their life. It's a Rubik says, it looks uncomfortable. Well, that's because it is. Silly. All right, we got all the masks, which means all we need is the Fierce Deity mask. But we're not going to do the Fierce Deity mask until I get everything. So how do I get that final bottle? Bottles. Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask bottle. We got the Kumin Katake. Kume's target shooting, which is in only the 3DS only. Then we got to do the Gorm Ranch, then the Romani Ranch, then Beneath the Gravestone. What's that one? Oh no. Oh no. That's going to suck. That is going to suck. Bruh. That is going to suck. All right, so we need the Epona's song and the captain's hat. On the final night, go to the Ikana graveyard, speak with the 3 stall children guarding the grave while captain's hat. Get them to open, then go inside. Inside, you'll find Dampy wandering around because he can't see in the dark. Z target him and guide him to the dirt piles around the room to dig them up. You're trying to find 3 blue flames that are randomly in the 4 of the piles are on the ground. To get them, lead Dampy to those brown tiles and then make sure that you're not on them yourself. The left one will take him to the small platform, the ladder on the left side of the room. The right one takes him to the platform with the blocks leading up to it. After all 3 flames are lit, a big Poe will appear. Defeat it to make a chest appear. Dang. All right. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to heat something up. And then we'll be taking calls. We haven't gotten a single call yet, but we will. I believe that we will. I'm just going to play some music while I heat up this food. I'm going to BRB here. Or should I play music or just play a video? I'll probably play a video. Why not? Let's play a video. There you go. This will give you something to watch while Andrew Wilson consistently argues why that women and men are not equal and women should actually have less rights than that of men. That's why he's an anti-feminist. That's why I believe he hates women. Because if you consider the entire half of the population is inferior to you, meanwhile I have a hard time opening pickle jars, is a perfect argument that he is in fact does hate women. He has a deep-seated hatred towards women.
All the women that have accused Donald Trump of rape or sexual assault.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
You don't. So
No.
all the women that have accused him of rape, they're all lying.
Yeah, well, the ones who are supposedly credible, for sure, I think so.
No,
but that has no
there are
bearing on
over
this.
20 hold on. Let me rephrase it. There are over 25 women that have accused Donald Trump of rape
I don't
or
believe any
sexual
of them.
assault.
I don't believe
including
none of
his
them, Brian.
They're
Yeah, you heard what I said.
Andrew, you are not a serious person.
How is that not
You
serious?
are not a serious person.
What
No.
do you mean?
First of all, you're going to call all women that have accused Donald Trump of rape. You're an out.
Nova, I actually called in a few weeks ago, I think now.
Okay.
We had a pretty long conversation. How you doing?
Yeah. What you want to talk about, Joseph?
Well, you could call me, I mean, if you want to be friendly, you can call me Joey or Joe. It don't
Okay,
matter.
Joe.
So I think on our previous discussion, I called in specifically trying to talk about the prompt that Andrew Wilson hates women.
Mm-hmm.
If you would like to talk about that, I would be more than happy to engage in that again or whatever.
Sure, glad to. Go ahead. What's your position on that?
I think Andrew Wilson does not hate women. I don't know if you needed a explanation or a qualifier, but
Yeah, like what
I don't
would you
believe
refer to as hate? I guess. Like what is hate to you?
all right, that's give me 1 second because I don't know if I've ever defined hate before. Disdain.
And it's okay. This is not intended to be like a gotcha. I just want to make sure that like we're on the same page. So like just pulling up the Oxford Language Dictionary, what it says is feel intense or passionate dislike for someone. It's just an intense or passionate dislike.
I accept that, and I do want to also qualify this with, I did mention in our last conversation, and I think we did have a productive, friendly conversation, even though I think you just had a lot from other people that day. But I have no ill intentions towards you or want to be argumentative. But I do accept that definition of hatred or hate.
Okay.
Now, I don't think Andrew Wilson has shown any. I'm sorry. Could you say the definition one more time? I just want to use a specific word.
An intense or passionate dislike for.
Okay. All right. I know where to go with this. Okay. Why do you think that just because Andrew Wilson doesn't think women should, for instance, have the right to vote, how does that show that he dislikes women?
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Is Andrew Wilson is he an anti-feminist?
Yes. Well, I mean, what do you mean by anti-feminist? Do you mean someone who disagrees with feminism, or someone who, like, actively, I don't know, tries to battle it? I don't know how you would do that.
All right, and so I'm going to appeal again to the Oxford Language Dictionary of Feminism. Feminism is the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sexes.
Yes, I do remember you going over that definition.
Okay. So I guess like my question, if you're an anti-feminist, then you don't believe the sexes are equal.
I don't, and if I could get just a few seconds to expand upon that, that would be nice.
Okay.
May I do that?
Sure.
Okay. Now, I don't think they're equal, but I don't think that being unequal means you're morally worth more or less. I just think that we have different values. For instance, like an apple and an orange. I like them both. Neither are better.
No,
they are different.
So I'm going to stop you there because I agree with you. There's obvious differences that exist between men and women. I don't think the question is whether or not the men and women are different. The question is like, are women's rights equal to men? The rights, not specifically if there's differences between men and women. Obviously, there's differences between men and women.
No, I would say that would be a negative because I don't see anything in the law that could forcibly imprison women for, like, for instance, child support. Whereas it's actively discriminatory.
Fabulous, right? I agree with you, right? Like if you're talking about like a legal form of misandry, you're going to find that I'm in perfect agreement with that, and so would a majority of other feminists. Right. And I think if a feminist does not agree with the equality of sexes, but a form of misandry, they're not a feminist. They're just a misandrist. So, for example, if they were advocating that men should be subjugated in terms of legality regarding child support, then I'm in perfect agreement with you here. The law should treat each individual equally.
Yeah. Yes. I agree.
All right. So just to be clear, right? There's only really 3 positions to hold. Okay. Position 1 is you're a feminist. You believe in the legal equality of rights of the sexes. That's feminism. Or you're a misandrist, as in you believe in women to have greater rights than that of men. Or you're a misogynist. You believe that men ought to have greater rights to women. I guess my question is when you say that you're an anti-feminist, you only have 2 more routes to go. Either you believe in misandry, which is women are superior to men, or you're into misogyny. That would mean that men are superior to women. Which do you think Andrew Wilson holds?
I think you're missing an entire category, and I can tell you why. Because you put in your categorization, you put equality under feminism. And while that is the public stated goal of feminism.
All right.
That's a whole category unto itself. For instance, like I don't believe that there's.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hi. I'm having peas and rice and a chicken. It's a diet day. So, and I'm trying to get over all the what is it? Leftovers I got here. So I'm just going to try to eat this, and I'll try to answer any chats that come in. And also, if you want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. But I'm hungry. I didn't eat. I didn't have lunch yet. Let's see. That's corn, not peas. See? Peas. There's peas. Canned peas with some hot sauce. Pretty simple, pretty tasty. Oh, I should have brought a knife. Bulk Broman says, I'm dieting right now. Yeah. I had a cheat day yesterday, so I went ham. And so today I'm eating very little. I do have a yellow filter for the camera because this is like a yellow light. And so I don't look like pale in the yellow light. I do a slight change to the color. So that's probably what you're seeing. AWOL says carnivore diet here. Cardiac arrest diet here. Carnivore diet is a horrible idea. Don't do that. Not only is it expensive, it's also super unsustainable. People get into all sorts of cardiac arrests because of carnivore diets. I think it was like the carnivore diet really got popularized by Jordan Peterson. And he was like, oh, it works. It works. A month later, horrible complications due to carnivore diet. You have to mix it with fasting. No, dude, you need multiple nutrients. There's a bunch of different nutrients that's just not there in meat. So no, you don't mix it with fasting. You mix it with take a multivitamin. The raw vegan diet is the worst one. Hot take, guys. Extreme diets are terrible. They're all terrible. We are omnivores. We're omnivorous. We need nutrients from all sorts of stuff. And like having like an extremist diet that says only eat meat, only eat veggies, like no, dude. You like honestly, what we need to eat less. That's unironically what needs to happen. Eat less. You control your portion sizes, bro. You're gonna be just fine. First is finally talking and making some sense. I make a lot of sense. Just because we disagree doesn't mean what I'm saying doesn't make sense. It just means we disagree. Y'all can't, you can't be not enjoy veggies. Veggies are good for you. But I ate a combination of stuff. You know? It's, you know, meats, veg, carbs. Honestly, like the majority is veg. Like as much veg as possible. Veg is just good for you. Veggies are good. Have veggies. Have more veggies. Have more veggies, have less meat. Tone down on the carbs. If your food comes in a box, it's trash. No, that's not true. Where did you get that? Some food, it does come in a box and it's trash, or is some food comes in a box that's not trash. Depends on the food. Just because it's a box doesn't mean the food's bad. You know? Like if you had like a bento box with like kimchi. That comes in a box. It ain't bad for you. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I went to the Aldi and I bought boy, a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm excited to take these chicken thighs and I'm going to cook them without the skin, and then I'm going to kind of cook the skin separately to kind of crunchify it, you know. And I'm going to cook the chicken thighs in the oven, and then afterwards put it in a pan of korma sauce. That'd be good. Amender, you need to learn the difference between complex carbs and simple carbs. Simple carbs are horrible for you. Complex carbs are very healthy. I've always thought that just carbohydrates just break down into sugar. Simple, complex, does it matter? Doesn't it just break down into sugar? And then, like, you're just eating sugar. Carbs. Everyone around me is always champing veg, and they're always sick. I'm almost never sick. Veggies are good for you. You should have veggies. But I love Aldi. Aldi is cheap. Fresh fruit, veg, meat. Yeah, it's good stuff. Christian NWO says, is that Popeyes? No. I cooked it. It's leftover chicken. Let's see. Amender, a potato or brown rice is not the same as a donut. Yeah, but it's still carbs. It breaks it down, turns it into sugar. It's energy. Potato, brown rice. It's carbs, breaks it down, turns it into sugar. It's energy. Donut, breaks it down, turns it into sugar. It's energy. Exka is saying, Aldi's is the GOAT. It is. I used to go to Publix for everything. But Publix is getting so goddamn expensive, bro. Like, awful. Save-A-Lot was good before some Irish company bought them out. But like, Save-A-Lot, you could tell that the food you were buying was like bad quality. Like, it was clearly like, hey, this is food for poor people. When you go to an Aldi, it's definitely cheaper, but the quality isn't bad at all. Like, I would even dare say that the quality's pretty good. It's using local stuff and like not name brand stuff. And it tastes great. Bulbro Man says Publix is a Florida staple. But I'm just saying, bro, like, if I want like a dozen cookies from like the Publix deli, I'm spending $6. I'm like, why is that so expensive? I go to the Aldi and it's like, here's like a giant thing of cookies for like $2-3. I just bought like 2 weeks worth of food for like $100. You can't lose. Can't lose. I was like, I love Aldi. All right. I'm gonna wash my dish. Appreciate you guys. Just hang tight. Let me pull up the that video.
Anything about feminism that has anything to do with equal rights whatsoever, maybe in terms of voting, but everything else, it's all catered towards giving women more rights. It has nothing to do, I've never seen them argue about giving women more rights or lessening their rights. It's always about giving women more rights.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I disagree with that. I agree that that's just misandry. And I wholly reject misandry. And I'm also aware that there are quote unquote feminists who call themselves feminists, but don't argue feminism. They actually argue for misandry. And I agree with you. We as feminists should condemn that. But my question is that if Andrew Wilson is against feminism, the advocacy of women's rights under the basis of the equality of the sexist, then there's only two other positions to hold. You're either a misandrist or a misogynist. So what do you think that Andrew Wilson holds? I'm not missing a fourth category.
I can expand upon that. First off, I think you are missing a category, and I think that category would be both A and B. Like, I think that you can have a category which men and women are, you acknowledge they're both different, therefore granting them different rights. Now, can I just ask you a quick hypothetical, and then you can just go on whatever you want. But, okay, do you think it's possible that for someone, not Andrew Wilson, just someone in general, to believe that men and women should have different rights without hating or disliking women? I can rephrase that. I know I said it kind of succinctly, like
yes.
disappointed,
But I don't think that the answer of the yes there is what you're looking for, because I'm thinking of, because your question is very generalize. You
Well,
said, do you think
I
that it
was
is
trying to
possible?
dodge you in Andrew Wilson.
Hold on.
I
So is
wasn't
it,
trying
you
to dodge
asked,
you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
you asked, do you think it is possible for someone to believe that men and women should have different rights without hating or disliking women? And so since it's like both men and women, for example, there could be, for example, a woman that decides in misandry, and so therefore would argue that men should have worse rights than other women, and would have zero dislike of women. So the answer to your question is yes, but not in the yes that I guess what you're expecting. Are you following what I'm saying?
I think
you got to rephrase your question and make it clearer.
I am following what I'm saying. You know what? No, I think I am following, and I think I agree. Basically, what I'm saying is, I don't think, and yes, it would be possible for somebody to think that men and women should have different rights and also hate either men or women. I grant that is also possible. But what I'm saying is, it is my opinion that Andrew Wilson's view is simply that men contribute differently to society, you know, right? We are stronger, unequivocally stronger. We fight wars. We protect our society, right? In return, women literally make society, right? Like it's different.
Hold on. Women also fight wars.
Not in the same way that men do.
Not, what do you mean not in the same way men do? Men and women fight in all forms of warfare. Hey, I'm back. We're back. Let's keep playing some Zelda. We're 10 calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of keep playing some Zelda. All right, hold on a sec. Boo-doo-boo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. We got to go talk to Dampy. Oh, my sound is off. Yeah. I'm surprised. This is like the longest we've ever gotten, I think, without getting a call, which is wild. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Ikana Canyon. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Where do I gotta go to the graveyard, so probably Ikana Canyon. Let me collect that real quick, just in case that we have a problem with that big Poe. I don't suspect we would, but you know, you never know. You never know. Okay, so then this, we're gonna hit the hook shot. We're gonna hook shot to that tree. Whee! And then we don't need a hook shot to jump down. We can just jump down and we'll be right in the ground. And then we're gonna go this way to the Ikana graveyard. I remember this. Do not forget to like and subscribe and share this video, this live with friends. And if you want him to do this more, consider becoming a member so you can make enough to quit his job and do it full time. Well, my job's okay. My job's doing all right. I don't have a reason to quit my job. Why get rid of an entire, like, revenue stream? But I don't know. I mean, maybe there'd come a day, like, you know, I make a lot of money, then it'd be like, all right, well, I don't need to, you know, but I don't foresee that happening anytime soon, so. Let's take a look. We're gonna go over here. Bobro, do you put your friends to Amender's channel? That'd be wild. Be like, you should check out Amender's channel. All right, so what do we do to get this bottle? Learn a Pona song. Final night. Go to the Ikana graveyard. Speak with the stall children guarding the grave while wearing a captain's hat. On the final night? Yep. Because you could turn gaming into a job. And all you have to do is game and you could be making moolah. That's pretty cool. Have you ever tried to network with other leftist YouTubers? Yes. Gotten some success. Not much, but a little bit. Honestly, it's hard to get them to respond. Very difficult. Dawn of the second day. 48 hours remain as I pick a piece of chicken out of my teeth. That's really gross. I'm sorry. Ba 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 ba. Night of the second day. 2 more times. It's on the final day. You know why it's hard to get people to respond? Because the left doesn't support the left when it counts. Oh, well, that's not true. Just depends. You should try to reach back out to Jovan. Yeah, it might be a good idea. Night of the final day. Alright, final day. Here we are. Now I'm going to do the inverted Song of Time so we have as much time as possible. You would think that they would want to build up left-wing debaters and bring their party up more. I see them eat each other at times. That's the bad thing about left-wing debaters, and I see it bad. Yeah, I feel that as well. Okay, so if I think I could just wear the captain hat. And just talk to the dudes guarding the grave. Huh? Ah, Captain, sir. Excuse me, sir. Everyone give the captain your attention. We've seen in some time, Captain, sir. As per your orders, sir, we've been guarding these graves closely. We have all been expecting your next order, sir. Open the grave. Open it? Yes, sir. Everyone, follow me. Jovan is an extremist on trans issues. He would view some of your ideas as transphobic. Yeah, I mean, I'm not pure enough for him. He doesn't like the fact that I'm a capitalist, for example. Alright, so I believe we just got to talk to Dampy. This quest sucks, by the way. You're out. Go away. Huh? Who are you? I cannot see because it's too bright. You're not a ghost, are you? A fairy? Oh, it was the fairy's light. In that case, it's just perfect. I came looking at a royal family legendary treasure, but my torch has gone out. I'm sorry, but can you walk in front of me and light the way? Please? You will? In that case, I will use your light as I walk. Just lead me to the place where you think the treasure chest is buried. I'll split the treasure with you. Now I'm counting on you now. You gotta like Z-target him and then he'll walk towards you. But if you don't walk towards him, you'll lose him completely. Oh, there's something strange about that spot. You want me to dig here? Sure. Well, that's one. Ah, there's something strange about this spot. You want me to dig here? Yes. Nothing's turning up. Take me to another spot. Get that, boy. Hey, where'd you go? Right this way, buddy. Oh boy, this quest sucks. Jovan would see the you look at them argument that you destroyed Andrew Wilson with as transphobic and trans-medicalist. Jesus. I watched the hour show after hour of the trans shootings, and his take was that society was responsible for sending the person over the edge and never blamed the shooter. I kind of agree with that, though. Nothing's turning up. Take me to another spot. I kind of understand that perspective. It makes sense. Wait, where do I go? Ah, yeah, we're gonna... Hey, Dampy, come here. Come here, nerd. Alpha Eagle says, am I back? If you need someone to debate, I suggest asking VTuber leftist for a debate. She likes to debate the trans issue, immigration, and abortion. You want me to dig here? Yes, dig here. Zoop. Something strange is here, but there isn't any treasure. Show me another spot. Okay. And I think there's like one more. Let me see where we need to go to do that. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where to go. Rainbow said YouTube shadow banned you? Rainbow, why would they shadow ban you? I love you, Rainbow. You're not shadow banned. I need to figure out where to go. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm gonna do it. I'm just trying to figure out where we gotta dig. It's probably here, but I don't know where this is. Can I like walk up? Will he walk up here with me? No, I don't think so. 1stAmender, you should check out Deconstruction Junction on your channel. Let's see. They platform smaller debate streamers often. Deconstruction Junction? Pull it up here. Cool. They're alive right now. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to keep going. How do I get him up here? Yeah. Hold on. Can he jump? I don't think he can jump. There's got to be like a platform which we can like activate. Unless if he really can jump. I don't think he can though, I'll be honest. Yeah, he can't jump. They do political and religious topics on whatever. Oh, okay. So we can't do that here. Maybe if I just here. Come here, Dampy. Come here. I got you. Let's keep going. You're doing great, Dampy. Look at you. You're a king. I have no idea who programmed this. Someone was like, this looks like fun to do. Let's make kids do this, I guess. Oh. Wait, I fell. What happened? Wait, does that mean I start over? Oh my god, I gotta start over. Hey. We have to start over. That's so annoying. Come on. Zelda devs are trolling, dude. So true. Come on. This is just wild, bro. Where does he go? Don't jump down there because you'll lose instant and then you have to do it all over again. That is just wild, bro. That is a wild thing to say. Wait, what? What happened? Did he fall? Dampy, you suck. All right, come on. No, I'm shadow banned on YouTube. I can't chat there. Why would you be shadow banned? Let me unban. Let me see if you're. Let me check. I don't think you would be. Why would you be? Let me look. Let me look. Hold on. I gotta scroll up and see. Maybe somebody misclicked you? Let me pull you up here. We'll go to my channel and look at the people who I have hidden on YouTube. Community. No, analytics, content. I'm looking. Hold on. Just give me a sec. Settings. Let's see. Channel. Community moderation. User management. Okay. Got some moderators. Rainbow, you are not. You're good. You should be able to talk. Try typing. What happens when? That's why it's called shadow banned. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. You're saying that somehow you got shadow banned. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number 202-998-5218. You guys want to have a conversation? We can do so, but god damn, bro. Donut Go Bad says, bro, Twitch is better in my opinion. Yeah, Twitch is all right. I don't get any traction on Twitch. I'll be honest. Like, there's just no traction. But yeah, I mean, you know, I don't have a problem with Twitch. I'm streaming on Twitch. You can catch me on Twitch. So if you prefer Twitch, then stay on Twitch. No, get up there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm missing it. I'm gonna miss it. He's just gonna fall. Fuck off. Fuck off, Dampy. All right, come on. Come here. Yeah, my chants aren't going through over there. Weird. All right, get up there. Get up there quick. Bro, can the controls just work for me? Please. Go up. Bro, this sucks. All right, come on, Dampy. Don't fall. 1stAmender, do you have slow time going? Yes. All right, do it, Dampy. All you. You got this. Oh, there's something strange about this spot. Do you want me to dig here? Yeah. Nothing. Okay. Jump down. Come on. All right. Okay. Oh, there's something strange about this spot. Dig here. Nothing's turning up. Better find another spot. Bro, Dampy, I don't like you. This is not a good minigame. This minigame is like F you in particular. Oh, there's something strange about this spot. Do you want me to dig here? Okay, we got one. Stop it, Jippy! Come here. 1stAmender, if you add me to your approved user list or give me mod, I will not get shadow banned from the chat in the future. Someone either reported me or YouTube modded me. Ooh. Okay. Let me get you on. Is there like a list for preferred user? Let me pull up community moderation and figure that out. Permissions, community moderation. Managing moderators, hidden users, approved user, add approved user, rainbow, ash. How do you, rainbow ash? Ah, there you are. Gotcha. Done. I've added you to the list of approved users. So try typing. Oh, there's something strange about this spot. Do you want me to dig here? Yes, please. Nothing. This fucking sucks. Alright, come this way, Damp. The developer said, let's make him walk really slow so it's really annoying. They're doing this on purpose. Oh, there's something strange about this spot. Do you want me to dig here? Something strange is here, but it isn't any treasure. Show me another spot. Dampy, I hate you. Nope, it did not undo the current modding. I'm still shadow banned. It usually lasts 24 hours. That sucks. I have never experienced that, Rainbow. What happens if you become a member of the channel? Does it work then? I think it's only like 99 cents. It's not expensive. I wouldn't suggest it if it wasn't like really, really cheap. Hold on. Ladder. Amender, I don't think you give the same blame on society for an ugly autistic man shooting because he can't get laid. The trans shooter absolutely deserves individual blame, just like those guys. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but also, like, there's kind of a bit of culpability on, like, society where, like, they have created it in such a way where this person ends up becoming highly antagonistic towards people because of the way that he's been treated. I get it. Let's see. Hey, we got Rainbow Ash.
Membership? Wow.
Forgot I did that recording.
Did I just get a membership? Wow.
All right, Amender is shadow banning.
Get a membership? Wow.
Amender is shadow banning to get new members. Great marketing done on purpose. I'm not doing it. All right, dig here, Dampy. The leader of the ghosts! Alright. Ow! No problem. Our character is honestly so damn strong that there's no need to be worried about this. Bruh. Okay, so he only gets affected when he's we're taking calls. All right, that was pretty easy. Rainbow Ash says still shadow ban. Dude, that's wild. All right, well, I put you on the list of approved users, so hopefully it doesn't happen in the future, but I guess we have to deal with the fact that it's, what, 24 hours? You still show up in the chat, right? Because I'm using Restream. It just shows it across all of them, so it should be fine. And nothing was lost other than the fact that you can't be specifically on YouTube in typing. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What? All right, let's keep going. You know, I'm almost positive that we have to get like a heart piece. We got to do this mini game. I'm almost positive that you have to. Dampy mini game, Majoras, mask heart piece. I'm looking. Or is that just... All right, whatever. We're good. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. It's good. It's fine. We need to get all the heart pieces. Because we have just gotten all the bottles. And so we got to do... What else? Just get the heart pieces. And then once we have all the heart pieces, then we can go and... yeah. We're 10 calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. If not, I'm just going to be playing more Zelda. Wow. All right, so here we go. Zelda. Zelda Majora's Mask. Heart pieces. Let's see here. Heart pieces. All right. Well, we already did that one. The land title deed. North Clocktown, we did that one. I'm pretty sure I did the Swordsman's School one. Okay, Termina Field. Acquired the ocarina. Okay, in southwest Termina Field, there's a large patch of grass. There's some butterflies. You walk around near there and you find a grotto inside. There's a giant pea hat. It's fairly easy to defeat. Once that is accomplished, it'll give you a piece of heart. Wait, we already did that. We did that. Next one. Another one. In the North Termina Field, there's a hole beneath one of the mushroom-shaped structures filled with 2 Dodangas. Okay. Usually for doing all caps or spamming comments back to back, I type too fast, I guess. True. Wait, that actually, I think that is the case. I have some automated moderation that because we have gotten raided in the past, and so I've needed to do that. All right, here we go. So apologize if it false flagged you, but it is for the safety of the chat. Because, man, dude, I have been getting doxxed. It's not been fun. Okay, yeah. All right, let's keep going. A lot of churches require you to be part of or know someone in the church in order to benefit from their programs. The churches near me do not have those things. One has a once a week meal, but that's it. You're shit out of luck the other days of the week. Yo, I remember there was this church was just offering food, and I just went in there and I was just hungry. I was just nom, 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 nom. Yummy, thank you. And then I left, and then they never served food again. And they told me to go away. I was like, but I'm hungry. I want food. All right. All right. Let's see. The Dongas Cavern. Where do we go? Underneath the mushroom? Behind the mushroom? Behind the mushroom. A hole. Well, looks like we have there a hole. Look, it's a Dodongas. All right, here's what we do. Bust out the blade. Ow, I got hit. Next. Meow. Money. Bam. No, I'm dead. I'm dead. How else is using a social program robbing someone else? True. And you know how it is with these churches, right? They're always just like, oh, we're gonna be the replacement for the state, like, as if like churches could even remotely handle the level of like food stamps that's out there. It's just wild. Okay. I think everyone deserves access to food regardless of how much money they make. Whoa, based rainbow take. Ultra based rainbow take. Okay, so now what we got to do is we got to go to North Clocktown, and then we're going to be a fenced-in grotto, and next to the fairy fountain, and we're going to put on a Deku mask and nearby flower, not just launch herself, and then the grotto, there's a Deku Scripts playground, and I got to play their game 3 times, so once on each day and win each time. The first 3-day cycle. Okay, fine, we'll do that. All right, let's go do that. It's a Rubik says, my stance is if you see someone stealing food, no, you didn't. Yo, true. True. I feel the same way. I feel like this dude just was caught stealing food. Bruh, just let him go. Let the poor guy go. It's so true. What do we have here? Someone's spamming this. I'm going to ban this user for spam. For a spam user in my general chat. All right. Keep going. Wow. Look at this. Wow. This is the longest we've ever gone with no calls. We are taking calls though. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to have a discussion, we can do so. Otherwise, we're going to get more heart pieces. Ba 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 ba. Amender, whatever happened to Jay from the BP server? He used to call in, and those were good debates. I don't know. Peace Egg says, I stole your Skittles. Wow. You stole my Skittles? No. I love rainbows. All right, hold on. Hold the phone. East Clocktown. We're going to hit up the... I'm a deco. We're gonna complete this mini game. It is a fun game. Wait, it's actually North Clocktown. I have no idea why I thought it was East Clocktown. It definitely is not East Clocktown. We are gonna keep on going. Okay. Dive, and then we're gonna get up into that fence area. Go. Hell yeah, we're in. Okay, what do we got? Any money? Any money? I think I need money, actually. I just realized I need money. Let's go get the money. We gotta do the money. I know where to get money. Under his worldview, they do not even have to be poor, though, because you said that they're stealing for their children's sake. It's okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, listen, I'm not, like, an advocate of stealing of any kind. At the same time, bro, people gotta eat, bro. I'm sorry, bro. It's just like, if you can't afford and you gotta, like, steal food, I'm like, bro, just take the damn food. Take the damn food. It's just wild. People should not be going hungry. That's just messed up. All right. You know, speaking of food getting ruined or being stolen, I was watching Avatar: The Last Airbender with Casey, and we're watching Avatar: The Last Airbender with Casey, and you know the character that just keeps showing up, the cabbage guy. You know, he's like, my cabbages. There's so many episodes where he just gets his cabbages destroyed. And what about the farmer? Is it okay to rob from him, Amender? No, I don't think so. Listen, my principle is to not rob people. But I also, I could see, like, if there's, like, somebody at, like, a grocery store or whatever and they're stealing food, they probably need that food. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe there's an argument to be made. Oh, only Deku scrubs. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I mean, Deku. Can we talk? Can we talk? All right. How about it? Will the young one play? I'll play. All right. All right. Use this Deku flower and have fun. Okay. If the time it takes you to get all the rupees is faster than the current record, you get an extravagant prize. But if you fall down below just once, it's over. The best time for today's game is 1:15. Get all the rupees faster than that. Okay, burrow into the Deku flower. The game begins the moment you jump out. Woodies! Wow! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Whoa. It runs close. Don't fall. Oh, no, no, no. Ugh. 48. Very good. Amazing. It's a new record. Take this. Yo, that other guy was slow as shit. I'll record this time. So what's your name, young one? 1stAmender? That's a strange name for a Deku scrub. If you can come by again tomorrow. By the way, adding not all the time the poor defense, because that's like saying an effing monolith as you know it, you little twit. What is going on? Why is everyone mad now? What happened? We were vibing. All right, let's get the night of the first day. Okay, so we got to go wait till the morning of the second day. Not all disabilities put you in a wheelchair. Very true. Rubik, you're not actually arguing my point. What you're here, you just have enough money to survive in this world who don't budget correctly, and there are people who overspend and thus make themselves poor. Yeah, bro, like, I feel like you should be able to have enough money to eat. Like, and it's like, it's not their fault. I reject the idea that it's like, it's just inherently their fault if they can't afford to eat. And hell, I think even if it is their fault, I don't care, dude. People shouldn't be going hungry in the richest country on planet Earth. It just doesn't make any sense. All right. Hi. Hey. Try setting a new record again today, young 1stAmender. 1 game is 10 rupees. Let's do it. Time it takes you to get all the rupees faster in the current record, you get an extravagant prize, but if you fall below once, it's over. The best time for today is 1:15. Get all the rupees faster than that. Okay. Burlo Diki Flower, the game begins the moment you jump out. Oh boy, dude. Bro, I just realized. Aw, dude, this fucking circling shit. This is gonna suck. Alright. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no! Too bad, you're done. Hold on, let's do that again. Let me try again. This is hard. Alright, Deku Flower, have fun. Yeah. Oh, I almost fell. This sucks. No! Fuck. Let's see. What if a starving person robs another from a starving person? Who's right in that situation? It just sounds like a famine. The famine that you gotta fix. People are naturally going to be driven to try to like fix whatever situation they're in. So like oh, don't fall, don't fall. No, fuck, I thought I would make it. All right, come on. Also, Alpha, you never called in. You never scheduled the debate. Bruh, coward. 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 No! Oh my god, bruh. Bruh. This is hard. Give me the fucking... Talk. Yes, I'll play. Come on, let's do it. I got plenty of money. We're good. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. I'm just bad. I'm just bad. I'm just like, it just seems like I'm higher than, like, that I'm lower than I really am. Yes, yes, yes. Come on, I gotta get that blue one. All right, dive, dive, dive. Come on, man. All right. All right, come on. All right, come on. Blue, 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 blue. Okay. All right, here we go. Coming right up. Bah. Come on. Did you know that not all the flowers are actually equal? Did you know that? That's a real thing. Like apparently some of them will make you go higher or lower depending on the flower. It's wild. All right, take this. Did it. Yay. Damn, bro, that was brutal. Okay. Hi. 1stAmender, you will compete your best time. No thanks. Come again. Okay, so we got money and now we can leave. And then we got to wait till the third day. Why won't Alpha Eagle call in? Why won't Alpha Eagle ever call in? Why can't he call in? Why is it impossible for Alpha Eagle to call in? Alpha Eagle will never call in. He doesn't call in. Bro just doubles and triples down and never calls in. That's wild. All right, night of the final day. Or wait, no, hold on. I think we just be in the final day and we're good. Okay, next challenge. Hello, you crazy psycho loon. Now you can try for 3 state days for new record. All right, then use this Deku flower. Have fun. Yes. 116. Got it. All right. Alrighty then. First one we're going to get is that blue one. Alright. I'm going to grab those green ones. Damn it! Alright. You can do it. Alright, here we go. Oh, we're gonna probably lose because this is a Damn it! Again! Let me in! Deku flower! Oh my god. Oh my goodness. We're just gonna go to this one here. Okay. Why? Why? Yo, your timing is awful with moving targets. Shut up! Shut up, Flashy! Stop it! Stop making fun of me! Stay still. Damn it, dude! What? So hard. Come on! Bro, I would rather live in a small town than a city. Not gonna lie, bro. Yo, I'm suburb gang. I think it like depends on whatever it is that you like. Like, I don't know, whatever. Small towns kind of suck though. Like, I don't know. You can't do anything. There's nothing to do there. Like, you're just like bored all the time. And then you're like yelling about like minorities moving in, I guess. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Alpha Eagle won't call in. He will never call in. He is a coward and will not call in, no matter what. All right, so we got the blue one there, and we just missed it. So that's the last one we need. So we're just going to aim over here, and hopefully we get it. All right, here we go. I missed. Fucking bitch. Who just joined? Oh, hey, Magnus.
Are you live? Oh, you're live.
Yeah, I'm live, yes. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. I keep losing. I'm not doing good in this game. So bad at this. Y'all are gonna make fun of me, but it's hard. It's hard. It's not easy. All right, come on. I'm gonna make the same exact fucking mistake. Just gonna sit here. Wait for the other one to show up. All right. All right, here we go. I mean, I'm wasting a crap ton of time, but regardless. All right. Come on. That was good. I did good. All right. All right. Oh, no. I almost fell. There we go. Okay, it's all over. Whew. 57. Amazing. A new record and for 3 days straight. Wow. Red Mag says, hey, buddy. How you doing? You're obviously a pro, and pros can't play here. Take this and don't come back. Sick. Oh, shit. Such a youthful face, but we're really dealing with a fierce competitor. Hey, it's 1stAmender. Hide. Okay. All right, we did it. Wow, that was a lot. That took a while to get through. Okay. Next, West Clocktown. So we got to get the Ocarina Time, the Bunny Hood, recommended. Heart piece number 7. Enter the post office first day anytime between 3 p.m. and 12 a.m. or on the second day between 5 p.m. and 12 a.m. and speak with the postman to play a little game. This game can be extremely difficult. You have to hit A to start a timer and then again at exactly 10 seconds. If you pull it off, he will give you a piece of heart. What makes it so difficult is that not only do you have to stop the timer on exactly 10 seconds, but the timer will disappear from the screen after the first couple of seconds. However, if you wear a bunny hood while playing the game, the timer will not vanish, making it easier to succeed. All right. No problem. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's take a look here. AWOL says the difference between the amount of money yours is paying for the TV. How you can you be this stupid? Be nice. Chill, bro. Stop being mean to people. That's apartment living for you. I'm gonna cook today. I'm gonna cook some korma. I think it's gonna be good. It'll be good. Yum yum yum. All right. No, first, I'm not being mean. He's being stupid. You would call him stupid if you heard the arguments he's making right now. What is the argument he is making? Does he want to clarify what the argument is? Because I don't really understand. Looks like somebody just joined the Discord. Not sure if they want to talk or if they just want to hang out. Make sure to behave yourself because we're streaming right now. All right, let's take a look here. It says, you're right, I might be being mean, but again, it's infuriating to argue with someone who doesn't pay any bills and when you try to tell them how to pay bills. All right, 4, 5, 6. Wah, you startled me. Do not disrupt my training. In my mind, I'm running for exactly 10 seconds without looking at a clock. I was in the middle of mental training. You may make fun of me, but this is quite difficult. Will you try? Yes. Press A to start. Count 10 seconds. At the precise moment you think you'll hit 10 on the dot and press A again. All right, let's try it. All right. Honestly, that wasn't that fast. That wasn't that bad. You am so weirdo L682 says, hey dude, hello. Weren't you the guy who had his home address spammed in Discord? Yes, that wasn't super fun. Didn't like that. Let's try that again. No, nothing. Just talking to myself. You look like you want to try again. I do. I'll let you try, but it'll cost you 2 rupees. All right, hold on. Post menu is priority. Okay, let's go. First, isn't that the same guy who asked creepy questions? No, it is not. Do not trust him. Yeah, I'm aware. I ain't gonna, just because I'm getting harassed or whatever, doesn't mean I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna keep doing what I do. And, you know, the guy who came to my house, almost, I believe that guy almost got the cops on him. He fled at just the right moment. All right. I have his photo, though. I know what he looks like. All right, let's... All right, here we go.
Oh, Amender, someone else joined your Discord.
Yeah?
Which?
Yeah,
93.
I see that. I see that.
Hi, Wage.
All right, let's take a look. Okay, this might be more difficult. All right, here we go. Base Got Flashy says, I thought it was just a DoorDash driver and not a troll. Nope. I initially thought it was a DoorDash driver because they had a bag, but actually they were using a DoorDash bag to cover their hand. Very suspicious. and they approached my door and they knocked pretty hard and rang the doorbell several times. He then sat in his car for a good 15 minutes or so, to where I called the police. We have his photo. So, I mean, I guess if he shows up again, the police are aware that this has been happening. So, yeah. Press A to start. Count 10 seconds. Precise moment. All right, here we go. 1. I was off. Almost. That was a close one. Look like you want to try again. I'll let you try, but it'll cost 2 rupees. So I'm going to say no. And I'm going to wear the bunny hood instead. All right, here we go. Will you try? Here we go. Press A to start. Count 10 seconds. Ah, 10.1. Is that Amender's boyfriend on the bed? Jesus.
Yeah, that looks like your boyfriend.
If you want to try again.
I mean, is that your boyfriend?
2, 3. It's off. This is another programmed part of the game that the developers were like, yeah, that's fine. There we go. Just had to like kind of time it a little earlier, but yeah. Yay, we got a piece of heart. Heart piece number 7 collected. Next. Kamaro Mask, West Clock Town, second night. Rosa sisters practicing their dance routine, but they're having trouble coming up with good moves. Put on the Kamaro Mask and show them the new moves, which makes the sisters so impressed they will award you a piece of heart. I am pretty sure I've already done this, but I am not 100% sure. So I am going to put it on and do it anyway because it's not going to do us any harm to do that. Yeah. Go over here. Bobro, with the claim you can, but there are people who can refuse your claim. By the way, we are taking calls. We haven't gotten any calls yet, which is wild. Normally we get bunches of calls by now, but today, no calls, just Zelda. GGM says, can you show me a quote where Melissa Hines states categorically that sex is not a binary? Yeah, I mean, we did that in a previous, I literally pulled up the book and read the chapter for everybody to see. So we know it's not a binary for sure. If you go back, you can see that. It's there though. All right. And so I believe I can just stand here. There's going to be the 2 dancers, and then I'm going to dance. Do I have to stand in front of them to do this? Don't bother us. Rosa sisters. They were added to your notebook. Do I have to, like, be in front of them? Ah, here we go. Creepy song. Creepy mask with creepy song. This is how they dance. They decide to not put on any clothes while dancing out here, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Why did they zoom in on that guard? Well, you listed several intersex conditions. Are you claiming that the field of biology only is aware of intersex conditions when Melissa Hines released her book in the 2000s? No. So, hold on. If you're aware of that, then why are you being bad faith? All right, let's keep going. I believe, okay, yeah, we've already got this, so we're good. We're good. All right, now. Let's see. So enter the stock pot in, go to the restroom between 12 and 6 a.m. A hand will appear out of the toilet, an individual simply known as ? He desires paper. Hand him any letter of any of the title deeds obtained throughout your quest so that he can use it as toilet paper. Understandably, he is very grateful and gives a piece of heart as thanks. So the way that we get a land title deed, but it is between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. So we should be able to just walk right over and get the bomber notebook, I think. Yeah, we're gonna go get the item needed for that flower, and we'll get the land title deed. So let's do that, I guess.
The in-game sound is super weird, Amender.
The what?
The music in the game.
Yeah. All right. So now we've got, let's pull up the bomber notebook. We are on day 2, so it should be 54132. All right. Talk. Damn it. Speak. Yes. 5, 4, 1, 3, 2. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Amender, why don't you do more grill streams instead of just cigar streams? Because it's like a lot to grill. That, and it like overheats my phone to like show the, like, you would assume that it's like, oh, you know, but I think it has to happen like during winter. It's just easier to just sit outside with a cigar than it is for me to like grill. But I do love grilling, and I should do a grill stream. But sadly, less grilling than you would see, you know, a cigar stream. Bobro, it is easy for you to say these things because it is not placing a position to actually making any hard choices. I don't even know what like the plan is. All right, let's see here. We gotta go and look into the thing, get the tier, go get the thing, then go down to there. All right, we got this. Bum, 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 bum. Talk to the guy. Yeah. Would you gaze into the telescope? Yep. And what we're going to do is we're going to look up here, zoom. Going to see the mask, the final boss of the game. And tier. Got the tier. All right. Going to look down. There's tier. Yep. All right. Bobro, with all due, I'm pretty sure though, like what would help Bobro is like, you just got to go out and do it. Like you got to like work on your resume. I'm willing to help you on your resume. Like I just got to I'm telling you, man, that you got to follow my technique. You will get the job quick. But you got to follow my technique. It ain't going to work otherwise. All right, here we go. We've got that, so I should be able to just go back to center clock town instead of having to walk back. Oh, we do have to walk back. Never mind. Let's just go. Okay. Slap through right here. All right. And then we're going to look over here. And we're going to roll our way over. Use a little bit of our momentum. Get over there. We're going to get through this tunnel. Tunnel. Getting your first job is always the hardest. I've never had problems ever since. Very true. Yes, the first job, very difficult. Pain in the butt. But you'll get somebody that'll give you a shot. You just have to, you have to do a lot of following up. Okay, I have the tier, and so that means I am going to get the title deed. All right, so we're going to talk to this Deku scrub here. Who will prefer this? All right, I'm just going to... Wait, hang on. All right. Here you go. Getting a job is indeed a job in and of itself. Very true. You have to treat it like a job. Like, hey, I got to wake up, I got to do this. And then you keep doing it until, well, something happens. You will get something. You just have to be persistent on it and follow up every couple of days. It's very important that you have good notes notating who you've spoken to, what number you called, what was their name. You really need to be super nice to the secretary because ultimately it's the secretary who ends up deciding what resumes to show to the big boss. So if you're very nice to her or him, then that will help you. All right, so now we got to wait till 12? Yeah, till 12. And then we're going to see the hand, and then they're going to say, paper, I need paper. Flashy, I was burnt out and didn't want to sleep my life away and experience with nothing but working. No, you're just going to work 40-hour work weeks. You'll be all right. You do not want experience or anything but working there. You're supposed to work long enough to accomplish something. Maybe if you would work longer, you'd have a bike. All right, it's almost 12, so we're going to enter in as soon as it hits 12. There we go. It's 12. We should be able to walk in. And there should be a guy, a scary guy, that's going to be using the toilet. Where is he? I think he's downstairs. Whoa! Paper, please! There you go. Paper. Yay! Yes! Oh, you saved me. This fell down here. I'll give it to you. No. Okay, yeah, you can give me that. Question mark, question mark. Who? Well, that person was added to your notebook. You helped? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Out of a jam. This is added to your notebook. All right. One heck of a jam, I'd say. All right. Acquire the business scrub heart piece 10. Giving the moon's tier business scrub South Clocktown. He will pack and fly out of Clocktown. Go back to the astral observatory and use the telescope. Look to the left of Clock Tower. You see the business scrub from earlier. Watch him as he flies into a hole below in Termina Field. You actually see him fly into the hole for him to appear, return to Termina Field, and fall into that hole. Inside, business scrub will sell you a piece of hall to keep his hole a secret. First, he will charge you 150 rupees. Say no. He will lower his price to 100. Take it. Okay. Here we go. All right. So we're going to go back to the, yeah, we're going to go back. Wow, wow, wow. Back. Let's see. Flashy says, Bobro, I hate how you are making all of the right-wing myths about leftists of just being lazy excuse makers sound true. Be a productive member of society, please. I am of the left. I am a very productive member of society. I contribute all the time. Constantly. Bobro is the archetypical leftist. It's almost comical. No, he's just young. And can y'all, like, lay off of Bo? Like, seriously. Like, he's obviously upset. Like, can you guys just, like, chill? Like, you guys gotta chill with Bo, bro. Like, just leave him alone. Like, obviously he's not liking this. Alright. Alright, got 100 rupees. That's good. So, we're gonna go... Go up, go up, go up. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Okay. Can I look into it? What could that troublemaker be doing atop a clock tower? Can I look? Yes. Alright. Where is he? Where? Did I miss it? Hold on. Acquire the adult. Give the moon's tear to the business scrub. After giving the moon's tear to the business scrub, he will pack his page and fly out of Clocktown. Go back to the astro. Use the telescope. Look to the left of the clock tower, and you will see the business scrub. Ah, there he is. All right. I want Bo to succeed. I think a lot of his assumptions are self-defeating. Yes, I agree. I believe in you, Bo. I really do. You just have to get that oh. Wait. Where is he? Wait, where'd he go? Oh no. I messed up. Ah. Hole. Alright. So he's there. Alright, so now that I saw that, you actually have to see him fly into the hole for him to appear. Okay. Return to determine a field and fall into that hole. Okay. That's what we're doing. Falling into the hole. Falling into the hole. Jorda says the system is inherently against him or something. Guys, can you, once again, I'm asking to just chill with Bobro. Like, all right. All right, let's see here. We're going to go to Termina. Come on. Go away, go away, go away. All right. Moving. All right. And we should... Where is the... Oh, it's doing that square thing. Dun-dun. Dun-dun. People get scared of getting in the trades because it's hard work, but it's worth it. Having good days work can be very rewarding. Just working under someone sucks ass. There's nothing wrong with the trades. I got a college degree, so that helped a lot. I can recommend the college degree. A lot of people, they say, oh, that's worthless. It's not worthless. It's actually great. Resist Depression says, I have nonverbal autistic son. Would you like him to, what would you like him to do for work? Yeah, I mean, there's certain people where they just shouldn't be working, and we need to take care of them on behalf of the state because we're the richest country on planet Earth. And there's no reason why we would be incapable of taking the care of people who can't help themselves. I think Bobro can work. I think it's possible for Bobro to work. He just has to put in the effort. I think he can do it though. I believe him. What are you doing here? This is my secret storage unit. If it's a problem with you, you can come in here without permission. Please, I'll sell you a piece of heart if you keep it a secret. Huh, no good? In that case, you leave it in no choice. How about for 100 rupees? Okay. Yeah. Get out. My dad used to say college was worthless. He works minimum wage jobs, LOL. And now I make more than 4 times that he does. Yeah, dude. Dude, college degree, underrated. Super underrated. Everybody always talks about how the college degree is a giant waste of money and you're going to get, some underwater basket weaving degree. But in reality, you're going to do just fine with a college degree. You're going to be fine. All right, let's take a look here. So we just did that. One of the 3 Keton locations, North Clocktown, are most accessible. Acquire the Keton mask. There are circles of bushes that will wiggle about when you attack one of them. There is one in North Clocktown, one in Milk Road, and the last one in the mountain village after defeating Goat. Go to one of these places, slash one of them while wearing the Keton. Wait for them to disappear. The Keton will appear. Speak with it and play a little game. He will ask you 5 questions. If you answer them all correctly, you will receive a piece of heart. Refer to our Keton quiz guide to find all the answers to his questions. Okay. Okay. So we are going to North Clocktown. 1stAmender. When people on the left and the right are both trying to school him, it's not because we're being evil or mean to him, but these things are things that he needs to know. Okay, that's great, but he didn't ask you for help. Right? He didn't ask you for help. You're giving him unsolicited advice, and I'm listening to him, like, obviously getting upset. So just chill with it, right? We can just move off. Talk about something else. If you want to call in, phone number is 202-998-5218. We can have a call. We haven't gotten a single call. It's been, what, 3 hours? 3.5 hours? Actually kind of wild. Been able to just kind of vibe and just chill, play some Majora's Mask. Where am I going? Okay, I'm going to North Clocktown. All right, so Keton mask. Wait, you have to hit them all? Oh, Keton, hello. Hee hee, hello, child. If you are attempting to fool me, it is impossible. We Ketons can recognize our own by the sheen of our tails. But you're a good child. Let me put you to a test. Answer me this. Pick one of the 3 choices. What is the name of the singer of the Zora band, the Indigogos? I think it's Rudo? Aha! Your training is insufficient. Come back and try again, child. Damn. All right, let me... I thought it was Rudo. Is it not Rudo? I thought it was Rudo. Oh my God, this is so cool. Yeah, right? Well, call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Yo, Mender, it's Flashy.
Hey, Flashy. What you want to talk about, buddy?
I just wanted to switch up the topic a little bit because it's kind of toxic right now. But I was curious what your kind of opinions are on like ranked choice voting or like open primaries, different kinds of election systems.
I was looking at like ranked choice voting, and I remember when I was a libertarian, that was like something that libertarians really pushed for because they knew that like they would get something, right? Like, because it would at least encourage like third-party candidates. As to whether or not that even results in a libertarian getting elected, I don't know. But the idea was that it was going to do that. I'm not against ranked choice voting, even as a Democrat. But also, with that being said, I think like the current like 270 electoral votes to win. I think like that system is flawed. Like, I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Like, why can't it just be like one vote? Like, just one vote per one person and just count the amount. Like, there was like an argument to be made like a long time ago where it's like, well, we can't count that because there's too many people. And I'm like, yeah, but we kind of have like automated systems. Like, we don't need, the exact electoral college vote. And I think it also like, there's been instances where popular vote does not become president. There's been a lot of situations like that. And I'm like, we just got to get rid of the 270 to win thing. I don't like the electoral college.
Yeah. What do you think about uncapping the House?
What do you mean?
Like having more representatives than is currently in the House of Representatives.
I don't even know what the current amount is. What is the current amount right now? Isn't it like 50 or something?
50? No, it's like way more. It's like it's like 300 something, right?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know. This is like stuff that's like it's like obvious, but also like I don't know. I just don't know.
I think it was 400 something, like 435 or something.
400. All right, let me see. How many members in the House of Representatives? 435 voting members. Number has been fixed in law since the Permanent Apportionment Act of 1929. These members are divided among the 50 states based on population, with each state guaranteed at least one representative.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it says like somewhere in like the Constitution or something that like a House of Representatives, elected person should not represent more than like a certain amount of people.
Okay.
So like they would at least need to like maybe even double it, like the amount of House reps that are out there.
Use Donald Trump's ballroom to. How many chairs are there?
Actually make the space for them. Yeah. But anyway, I think that would actually like resolve a lot of issues that's going on, right? Because like that mean that representatives would be able to more accurately represent different constituencies, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, sure.
And what
I'm
about,
not against you. I don't know if like what it would cause. I guess I don't know if it would be positive or negative. I don't know enough to tell you like, hey, it's got to be this or that.
Yeah, there's definitely got to be like some like analysis of it because like a bad part of it would probably also be it would probably allow people to be more extreme, honestly. Like if they represented a smaller group of people, right?
Yeah.
Because when you appeal to like a bigger group of people, you kind of have to moderate on some things. But
yeah,
I guess that could be a blowback of it.
Sure.
What about like open primaries? Like, what do you think about that?
Oh yeah, that was another libertarian thing that was pushed. It was like the idea that it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican or Libertarian, you could just vote. for whatever
Yeah,
candidate you wanted, right? Yeah.
yeah, just every candidate in there. Yeah.
Yeah, this was another thing that was pushed by libertarians because it's like it just allowed more options for people to vote. So yeah, I'm
Yeah,
with you.
there was
on that
actually
one.
a bill on that in Arizona in 2024. It was like Proposition 140 or something,
Yeah.
and I think it was like close to 60% of Arizonans voted against it. They didn't really like the idea.
Yeah. Of course not.
I didn't really like it either because like the person who was backing it, like you said, like it was like a libertarian minded guy.
Yeah.
So
I'm not
it just
against
it just
it. Why
felt
not?
it just felt like they were kind of trying to like screw people over or like make it so it's like two right wing candidates
No,
that
they're not
get
going
elected.
to. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, maybe that could happen. Huh. I don't know.
Yeah,
But why would
I'm just trying to
Democrats
like
like vote
reimagine.
like
It's
just
I'm trying
Republicans?
to like reimagine like how we could like possibly get more left wing representation without because it always seems like if we do this type of stuff, it would benefit the right wing more.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, I would obviously want more people that are like maybe Green Party oriented or further left than that, obviously, being represented.
Yeah, man, I wish I knew more about the topics you're talking about, because then I'd, you know me, I'd be riffing with you like crazy.
Yeah. What would you think about like a parliamentary system that had like a bunch of different parties?
Sorry, repeat that.
What would you think about like a parliamentary system, like kind of like how like the UK or Canada? I guess I'm really not familiar with like Canada's system.
I'm okay with the current U.S. system. I just think that, yeah, I mean, there's just some slight modifications. The electoral
Okay.
college has got to go. We got to done with that shit. It sucks.
I actually wonder if we were to have like more parties and stuff. Do you think that would benefit like liberals more or conservatives more? Like, because I would say that the libertarians are probably a bigger portion of like third party voters than Green Party voters, wouldn't you say? Or do you think it's about the same?
I think there's more libertarians than there are Green Party by like a little bit.
Yeah. So like that would make me think that like if there was like a legitimate possibility to like have other parties like be actually, you know, viable parties in government, maybe it would hurt Republicans more than it would Democrats.
Let me take a look. So the Libertarian Party is significantly larger than the Green Party in the U.S., with roughly 700,000 to over 728,000 registered members, compared to the approximately 233,000 to 263,000 for the Green Party.
Yeah, so it's a lot more. And I think that's just like registered members, right? Is that what that was?
Yeah, registered.
So it's probably like even bigger than that.
Yeah.
When we take into account like people that probably like said like, hey, you know, third parties are not viable, so I'm just gonna like register as a Republican.
Yeah.
Like, so there's
exactly.
probably a lot more than that. So.
Yeah. You'd be right. There's a lot of libertarians that are like, forget it, I'm just going Republican because they can actually win elections.
Yeah. So that's what makes me like kind of think like if we do have that kind of system, like would it actually benefit Democrats the most to do? It's kind of interesting to like think about.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I mean, you would have other different kinds of parties that are available, you know, like with different kinds of, because I think a lot of the stuff right now is like Democrats represent like, you know, both fiscally and socially liberal, and Republicans represent pretty much the opposite of that, right?
Yeah.
Like fiscally and socially conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And like maybe if we had like a more open type of system that actually made other parties viable, you would have like people that are
like ranked choice voting, I think would be good. And
yeah, you would have people that are like fiscally conservative and socially liberal or
Yeah.
the
And
opposite, where it's like
unlocking
fiscally
primaries
liberal,
as well
socially
is
conservative.
important, I think.
Yeah.
Did
yeah.
you know that libertarians can't even vote in the primaries in Florida? It's a state by
Yeah,
state
I
basis,
figured
but
as
they
much because
literally don't
they're
let
not.
like third party vote in the primaries because they don't have a major candidate. So it's like you just don't
Yeah.
get to vote.
Yeah, and that was a big reason why I ended up having to register as Democrat in Arizona, because there's closed primaries.
Yeah.
So I would only be able to vote in like the general if I were to like register as like independent or something.
Yeah.
So kind of force your hand there. But yeah, I was just like thinking about that stuff because it's kind of interesting to think how like it would work out.
You know,
Yeah, that's all I had there.
I don't like Gavin Newsom as much as I thought I would.
Really? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know why you would ever think you would have
he's
liked
like
him.
playing like footsie with like the anti-trans position. I'm very passionate about that. And he just provides no pushback at all. Like he'll sit there like on a right-wing podcast and just be like, you're right. And I'm like, why are you agreeing with him? You're supposed to be fighting. Why does he do that?
That's honestly one of the things that like I'm not that upset with him about. Like I don't really care about him like that because he's just talking. Like if you actually look at the bills that he passed in California, he actually passed a lot of very pro-trans stuff.
Yeah.
But it's the stuff that he says on like Israel, Palestine. That's really disgusting to me.
But he's got to put like there's no pushback. It drives me nuts. I'm like, why are you not like fight? Like, aren't you like just fight? Don't just sit there and bend over and let the Republicans have their way. It drives me crazy.
He's probably just looking at the polling and saying like, this is not a popular issue.
I'm sure, but it's so just a total lack of principles,
The thing about this though is that like he can look at polling on that stuff and like come to the conclusion that he probably shouldn't put a lot of vocal support for it, even if he does pass like pro-trans bills. But when it comes to the Israel-Palestine thing, there's like literally no justification for it whatsoever because like Democratic Party voters are increasingly anti-Israel. Yeah. So he has no excuse to just be saying the ridiculous shit that he does about it. And I don't know if you remember,
God.
I kind of followed him for the last couple of years. Obviously because he's right next to me. He's in California, I'm in Arizona.
Check this out. I'm going to flash something at you that might make you upset. Bruh, dude, I really hope this doesn't happen.
Let me know when it shows up on your screen.
National polling, 2028 Democratic presidential nomination. And it's like a majority, right? It's either Harris or Newsom. Bro, we're going to run Harris again?
Yeah, they're going to run Harris again, bro.
Oh my God.
And honestly, if we have a choice,
why are we running Harris again?
I really hope they don't. But I don't want Newsom either.
Listen, okay, hold on. With that being said, right, I love Harris. I think she's great. The problem that I have with Harris is that I feel like she won't be able to communicate like her position well enough that people will go like, I gotta vote for her. She just doesn't have that thing that people need to go like, I could get behind her.
Yeah, it's probably going to end up being Newsom, even though I really despise the guy.
I mean, I'll be honest though, like if it was like between, I mean, like, hold on. What about the 2028 Republican presidential nomination? Let me look. Dude, it's like overwhelmingly Vance. It's Vance.
Yeah, it's like Vance.
And Trump Jr. Dude, I would much rather have Newsom than Vance. It's not even close. I'm telling you, dead dog. over Vance, bro.
Yeah.
Vance is an
There is some-
opportunist, dude. He doesn't even like Trump. He doesn't even like Trump. If you actually
he's just
look
like a
at
sold
his,
out tech bro.
yeah, he just like
He's just a
sold
sold
out
out tech bro.
as a exactly. That's exactly what happened. I'm like, a lot of people think that he's like a Republican. He's not a Republican. I'm telling you right now, he's just an opportunist. And opportunists piss me off more than anybody, bro. They really bother me because it's like you're such a you're like a slimy Machiavellian type person. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, there's some, like I was trying to say though, there's some bills that really were questionable, or decisions that Newsom made in the past couple of years that were really questionable for me. One of them was there was a union bill for farm workers a couple of years ago that the farm workers, United Farm Workers of America, were pushing really hard. And, to have farm workers be unionized and have like, elections that, the farmers wouldn't be able to see and everything.
So AWOL says, see, First Amender, you're tripping because here you're talking about Kamala doesn't have what it takes to get people behind her, but you argue vividly that people should have voted for her. Yes, people should have voted for her. Like I sat down and I read her book. After I read her book, I was like, fuck, I love this lady. She's great. She's going to be a great candidate. And so I backed her 100% of the way. I argued, over and over with all sorts of people saying why you need to vote for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is amazing. Check out these policies. They're great policies. Check out these economists that are analyzing how good that they would do economically. And I'm like, dude, please back Kamala. But the problem is that Americans are not about substance. They don't want substance. They want vibes. The reason why President George W. Bush won, the reason why President George W. Bush won was because people said unironically that, oh, I could have a beer with that guy. What relevance does that have? Dude, I was like, why is that the selling point?
Kamala's $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That shit was like that. That would have been
incredible. That would have been incredible.
Right at the perfect time for me. That would save me an entire year of savings. Like that would have been an incredible policy.
It is what it is, but what it is. Just got to move on. But yeah.
But anyway, what I wanted to say that so Newsom has been questionable for me on union rights, basically, and it actually took Joe Biden to come over into California and basically openly endorse the passage of that union bill in order to get Newsom to cave and finally sign that bill.
What about Pete Buttigieg?
I don't really like that guy either.
Well, let me look at his policies. Let me see political positions of Pete Booty
plug.
All right, let me see here. Supports abortion rights based. Repeal of the Hyde Amendment. Legislative provision barring the use of federal funds to pay for abortions based. Okay, yes. So in 2018, as mayor, Buttigieg vetoed the South Bend Common Council rezoning decision that would have allowed anti-abortion crisis pregnancy center to open next door to a planned abortion clinic based. Okay, so that's for abortion, super based. I'm into that. Climate change. He released a plan to combat climate change consisting of 3 parts: building a clean economy through the creation of clean energy jobs, improving resilience by investing in disaster relief prevention, and heighten the United States' role of the international fight against climate change. Based. Criminal justice. Buttigieg supports eliminating the death penalty. Based. Marijuana. Buttigieg has supported the Canada-style legalization, saying the safe, regulated, legal sale of marijuana is an idea whose time has come for the United States, as evidenced by the voters demanding legalizations in states across the country. Based. Let's see. He supports moving towards reversing criminal sentences for minor drug-related offenses based, eliminating incarceration and drug possession offenses based, acknowledges the problematic nature of the disparity between black and white marijuana arrests. South Bend black residents 4.3 times likelier under Buttigieg to be arrested for cannabis possession than white residents, unbased. Donald Trump, supporting impeaching Donald Trump, based. Frequently pointed to automation as the chief cause of the great loss of manufacturing jobs nationwide, and has spoken to the need to work with labor unions, based. What is it that you hate about this guy? This guy's great.
Did you not pay attention to the 2020 primary?
I guess not.
So he was like one of the most flagrantly neoliberal and anti-socialist candidates that were on the Democratic side. So I will not support him.
I'm not a socialist, so that doesn't bother me.
Oh, I know you're not, but he was like flagrantly anti-Bernie Sanders, and he was even anti-Elizabeth Warren. And at the time, I don't know if you know this, he was like supporting this weird idea of like everybody needing to have military service in the 2020 primary.
Social
I don't know
issues.
if you agree with that.
Buttigieg favors amending the civil rights legislation with Federal Equality Act so that LGBTQ Americans receive federal non-discrimination protections. That is so ultra based. I like Buttigieg.
You didn't hear what I said, did you?
No. Repeat.
So in the 2020 primary, he wasn't just anti-Bernie Sanders. He was also very anti-Elizabeth Warren. He was very anti-Medicare for all, and he had this weird.
Yeah, he's anti-Medicare for all. Medicare.
Yeah, he favors a public option now. He used to reframe it as Medicare for all who wants it.
Back in 2019, Buttigieg backed Medicare for all. In 2018 tweet.
No, he didn't. It was Medicare for all who want it. Look that up.
Politico. Buttigieg backed Medicare for all in a 2018 tweet. Medicare for all proponent in a message comes in exchange with other Twitters pushing Democratic politicians to support sweeping healthcare plan. I, Pete Buttigieg, politician, do henceforth and forthwith declare most affirmatively and indubitably unto the ages, and I do favor Medicare for all, and I do favor any measure that would help get all Americans covered.
Just please look up.
Now, if you'll excuse me, potholes await.
Please look up Medicare for all who want it.
Medicare. Oh, Warren responds with, whenever someone hears the term Medicare for all who want it, understand what it really means. It's Medicare for all who can afford it. And that's the problem we got.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't even talking about Warren, but Medicare for all who want it was a slogan that Pete Buttigieg was using in the 2020 primary, and he was going specifically against Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren's Medicare for all plans. So you can't really say he was in favor of Medicare for all when he's going against the actual Medicare for all.
We can't do this purity testing stuff, man. I like Buttigieg. I think Buttigieg.
Well, no, I think you just like him because he's like really gay and stuff. I really think that's it.
What? No,
like he was like
being gay has nothing to do with this. I'm listening to his policies, and I'm like, these are good policies. They are.
He was one of the worst candidates on the 2020 stage, next to Amy Klobuchar. He was one of the worst.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Plus, he also you didn't respond to what I mentioned, where he had this like weird idea in 2020 of like mandatory military service.
He wants mandatory military services?
He talked about it several times on the debate stage in 2020.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Secretary of Transportation, he has merged billions in grants to improve roadway safety, safe streets and roads for all, promoted electric vehicle adoption, and pushed for infrastructure projects that enhance equity and reduce traffic fatalities. He advocated Medicare all who want it, a public option that competes with private insurance rather than completely eliminating private insurance. I'm not against that. Option.
I mean, it's a step forward than what we have now, but it is certainly not Medicare for all. You can agree to that, right?
Supports a $15 an hour minimum federal wage.
Are you going to
strengthening
reply to
private
that?
sector? Huh?
Are you going to reply to that?
To what?
That's not Medicare for all single-payer healthcare, right? That's a public option, multi-choice system.
Okay. I mean, that's definitely an improvement of what we currently have.
It is an improvement, but it's not as good as what was being called for at the time. He was actively in opposition to like the better option.
Yeah, I mean, sure, okay, maybe, but I mean, again, we can't do this purity testing stuff.
It's not about purity testing. I mean, if it comes
like,
down
you're not
to
going to
it,
get every single thing you want, you know? I'm
when
saying,
it comes
like, out
down
of
to
all
it,
the people, like, I think, like, the idea of, well, number one, like, I guess, like, the LGBTQ rights stuff is very important to me. And so if there's a candidate that says, hey, I am going to have federal legislation that prevents discrimination of LGBTQ people, dude, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, no. See, like, for
Absolutely.
me, like, that doesn't matter that much to me. Especially if the person that's pushing it is like flagrantly anti-left and like pro-neoliberal. That's a deal breaker for me.
Gotcha.
So
he's not
like,
left
that's
enough.
No, it's not even that. It's that he's anti-left.
Yeah.
It's not that he's not left enough. It's that he's anti-left. You can see the difference, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what? What do you mean no?
No, I said yeah.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah. Like people, if you're actively anti-left, that's a problem for me.
Okay.
Also, in 2019,
I don't think
I don't know
he's anti-left. I think it's a very sounds like a very progressive candidate. And
he's a neoliberal candidate who's like, he wants rainbow neoliberalism. That's what he wants.
Based.
No, that's terrible.
Okay.
That's awful. That's like the worst case scenario.
All right, we'll have to agree to disagree, Flashy. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. One thing. Well, what do you think about Buttigieg saying he wants to send U.S. troops to Mexico?
Did he say that?
Yeah, look that up.
Buttigieg sending troops to Mexico. Why? Why would we even need to do that?
I think he said like
based on
cartels.
2019 to 2020 presidential campaign news, Buttigieg did not act to send troops to Mexico, but rather stated during a November 2019 forum that he would be open to using U.S. troops in Mexico to combat drug cartels, but only as a last resort.
Yeah.
This is way more reasonable than what you were saying.
What do you mean? That's exactly what I said.
No. He wasn't saying he wanted to send troops. He's saying he would only consider it as a last resort, as in nothing else has worked.
He said he would be open to it. I don't think under any condition that you would be open to invading another country for a drug. Like, what's the difference between that and what Trump did in Venezuela?
For sure, like, just FYI, like, I would not want to invade the country. I would do so under permission of Mexico. Be like, hey, we would like to help you with.
Yeah, that's very different. He didn't say nothing about that.
Well, it's saying here, he says he'd be open to combat drug cartels only as a last resort. FYI, Mexico is not in favor of the drug cartels. They want to stop drug cartels. So they would be open to the United States, like, going after them, like they would.
Maybe the recent government is more against the drug cartels, but that certainly hasn't been the case in history's past. Like,
sure. And then honestly, like, if you really want to end it, we got to stop the war on drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway, not a fan of Buttigieg. But
appreciate your call, Flashy.
Yeah. All right, bye.
Peace. I like butt geek. I like them. All right, back to the game. Did you guys like Buttigieg? I like Buttigieg. I think he'd be a good candidate, but I don't know, man. We're going to run Kamala Harris again. Maybe if Harris has more time to explain her position and be really concrete, it would work. But if they don't, if she is not super clear, or like, I don't know, people just get the feeling like she's also got a bit of an uphill battle in the sense that she is not a white man. Like, I'm just going to be honest. Not being a white man, 1000% works against you in the United States. It just does. 50 says, I love Buttigieg. Based. I like Buttigieg too. Based on what I've read so far, I like Buttigieg. I think he's a good, to be fair, right? Flashy, he's very, very left. He's a Marxist Leninist. Or wait, I think he had pointed out that he was something else. But it's very far. Very, 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 very far to the left. So, I mean, if Harris runs, I'm going to back her, obviously. At the same time, I'm like, I think people will be left with like a bad taste in their mouth from last election. And they would just be like, I'm not voting for her. Because again, it's not about policy. It's always about the vibe, which is really freaking annoying. All right, let me see. Where were we with our masks? Okay, so what was I doing? Okay, Keton mask. We've got do the quiz guide. Yo, chill with that, Magnus. Magnus, you're hot miking.
Oh, sorry. You were talking about Mexico, Amender?
Wait, where'd he go? You were talking to the Keton. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I think the Keton just effed off. Heachman says Nixon over Pete. Is there a guy named Nixon? Are you saying Newsom? Are you saying Gavin Newsom? I don't like Gavin Newsom. I don't like him. I think he's too wishy-washy. He's like that classic liberal kind of like, I don't know. We need like a real progressive, like an actual progressive candidate. I think Buttigieg is that, but I don't know. I know like Buttigieg isn't doing so well in the polls because, I'm just going to be honest with you. It's because he's gay. That's why. People will be like, he's gay. Ignored because gay. Bad because gay. Like, it just, it's all vibes. Even though his policies would unironically make your life better. Did I do it wrong? Oh. Hi. All right. Hee hee hoo hoo. Hello, child. If you are attempting to fool me, it is impossible. All right. Let's do this test. How many balloons does Romani, the girl at the ranch, use during practice? You know what? I don't know. I think it's 10. I think the number is 10, but I don't want to mess it up. So I'm just going to pull up the Keton quiz guide. Don't get mad at me for this. Let me see. Balloons. How many balloons does Romani the girl use during practice? The answer is fucking 1. Answer me this. Pick one of the 3 choices. Why do I give it an accent like this? What instrument does that skull kid play? Isn't it like a flute? I think, yeah, it is a flute. Answer me this and pick one of the 3 choices. Where does Creamy, a manager of the Romani Ranch, try to deliver her milk? Isn't that the milk bar? Wow. I didn't even have to look that one up. Answer me this and pick one of the 3 choices. How many mailboxes are there in Clocktown? 5. Answer me this and pick one of the 3 choices. How many of these questions do we have? What is the name given to you by Romani at the girl at the ranch? I think it's Grasshopper, but I'm not sure. It is grasshopper. Gay liberals are based. I'm a bi-liberal based. Whoa! Let us meet again, child. Hee hee hoo hoo. All right, just out of curiosity, right? Flashy, I'm just gonna ask you a quick question. I need to know for sure. Let's say we got Vance and Buttigieg. All right, it's 2028. Vance and Buttigieg. Are you voting Buttigieg, or are you just gonna abstain from voting? Genuine question. Okay, so we just did that, so we got to do more here. So let's see here. There's the Keaton mask. Or is it Keaton mask? Okay. There are circles of the bushes, North Clocktown, Mountain Town, Milk Road. Is it all connected to one? Go to one of these places and slash one of them wearing a Keaton mask. Wait for them to disappear and Keaton will appear. Speak with it to play a little game. You ask 5 questions. You answer them all correctly. You receive a piece of heart. So it says 1 of 3 Keaton locations. So that means we're not getting 3 heart pieces. It's not separate quizzes. It's just the one. Anyway. Why would I be mad in the minority if the minority is where the truth lies? The minority is not necessarily where the truth lies. In fact, there's lots of things that are the minority opinion that are 1,000% incorrect. Like, there's a minority of flat earthers. Does that mean, therefore, like, flat earthers are correct? No, of course not. Flashy says, I would vote Buttigieg and be his biggest hater of the whole time. Fair enough. But if mail-in ballots were banned, I would not take the time to go out and vote for him. Only mail-in? Really? Really? Versus Vance? Oh my God, bro. I always go to my precinct and vote, dude. I always do that. I take the time out of the day. I'm an active voter. I will vote. But if mail-in ballots were, yeah, let's see. Anyway. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If we don't get any calls, no big deal. I'm just going to be doing more. Let's see. Clocktown. Acquire postman's hat. Use the postman's hat to check any of the mailmen's houses in town and find a piece of heart. Wow. Wow. That's what we're going to do. We're going to check a mailbox. Huh? I got the mailman hat. And look. You're doing a great job. Ka-ching. Ka-ching. What? Hell yeah, we did that. All right, next. Road to the southern swamp. On the path of the southern swamp, you'll find a fork with a large tree. Defeat the bad bats in the tree, flying nearby, and climb up the vines. The top has a piece of heart. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hi, I'm your postman. Can I go? Bye. I also vote every time. I'm just saying I'm not taking the time off work to vote for a rainbow neoliberalism that is anti-leftist. I don't think he's anti-left. He's arguing in favor of unions. That's in your favor. That's benefit. 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 I like Buttigieg. I'd vote Buttigieg. Give me the butt gig. I want the butt gig. All right, we're going to south area. Wow, Flashy. I'm glad that you have enough privilege to not be immediately harmed by someone like Vance. True. Vance sucks, dude. I would not want Vance. Why can't I move? What? What the hell was that? Amender, he literally was the most aggressive opponent of Bernie and Warren in 2019 and 2020. He's a flagrant opponent of exactly the direction I want Democrats to go. Yeah, but it's like, if you abstain from voting just because they take away mail-in, like, bruh, you're just giving a win to Vance. Kill. Vines. Wow, vines. Ow! Stop it! I have a cool postman hat. Or a bat. The truth can be immediately harmful in many situations. You just demonstrated that you hate truth? What are you talking about? Call in, bro. What is happening? You just said the minority is truth. That's stupid. Obviously, the minority isn't necessarily truth. It doesn't entail truth. It just means, like, one of the things I like to say is, like, science isn't wrong. You're just stupid. Like, all right, so we did do the Southern Swamp land title deed. That's heart piece 14. Let's see. We're doing good. We're doing good. Look at how many hearts we have. All right, let's see here. Southern Swamp. Acquire the pictograph box. There's a pictograph contest at the Swamp Tourist Center for the best pictograph. The contest lasts until the poison goes away. So you have to do it before you complete the Woodfall Temple. To get the piece of heart, bring the tourist center guy a picture of the Deku King or Tingle, the son that he is ashamed of, who can be found at the entrance of Southern Swamp. So I'm pretty sure that I did the Tingle one, but I could have sworn when you enter the Deku Palace, go forward, get past the... Okay, we got to do that. We're going to do that one. I'm pretty sure we did the Tingle one. We're good there. So we're going to move on. I mean, is Harris really that much more on the left? Like, I don't think she is. And honestly, the only reason why I wouldn't vote for Harris is because she doesn't pass the vibe check. But honestly, I think Harris would be an amazing candidate. I think she would do a great job. I do. I believe that Harris would do an amazing job. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you ran before and you lost, and so you're bad, and you're a woman, and you're black, and bad, and dumb, and bad, and I'm bad. That's what's going to happen, right? The Republicans are going to think that, and then there's going to be an X amount of Democrats that are going to be like, I don't know, she's black and a woman, and women can't lead because they get periods sometimes. I'm telling you, dude, it's all a vibe check. It has nothing to do with policy. H-Man says, all you guys have is vibes. No, it's actually you guys that need vibes. All you guys have is vibes. Hearing Buttigieg and his like policy positions, they're fabulous. They're great ideas. All right, we're gonna... Harris isn't black, she's Indian. She's both. I mean, I think Harris would be a great candidate, but also I just think she doesn't pass the vibe check. Also, I don't really understand that comment. Like Republicans, I feel like they would like act in so bad faith. Like, oh, is she Indian? Is she black? We can't tell. We can't tell if she's Indian or black. I'm like, yeah, her dad's black and her mom's Indian. Like, why is this so hard to understand? Like, it's called mixed race. Like, what? Why does any of this matter? Harris would have been a boring president, but I would take her over what's going on right now. Yeah, 100%. 100%. All right. Gotta get to the DQ Palace. Harris is not anti-left. That's big for me. She's roughly the same as Buttigieg on policy, but she's not flagrantly anti-left like he is. Okay, so let's see here. When you enter the go fire, get past the 2 guards by talking with the DQ mask on, then take the left path. Avoid the guards' line of sight, just wear the stone mask and make your way to the end of the little maze and find yourself a piece of heart. Stone mask it is. The music here is very cool. All right. We got ourselves a heart piece. Now we're gonna leave and go. Woodfall area. When in Woodfall, you keep flying from the platform. Platform, one with an owl statue. The last one, treasure chest on it. Open it to receive a piece of heart. I think I already got it, but let's just go. We're gonna go and check. Doesn't hurt to check. I think I got it, though. I'm pretty sure I got it. Forever Rain says, still not done with this game? No, I'm 100%ing it. What's up, Magnus?
Want to debate something?
What you want to debate? Also, what is
I
going
don't
on with
know.
your mic? You sound like more noisy than
Wait.
usual.
Let me check if my crisp is online. For some reason, you get the sounds from my game, and that's not supposed to happen.
It just sounds like a lot of static.
Yeah, let me check. Okay, crisp is online. I don't know what's going on.
Do you have a different mic or something? You sound very different.
No. It's my normal mic. It's my normal mic on this headset.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not on my phone. I'm on my computer.
Okay.
Tomorrow starts university.
Cool. Congrats. Enjoy.
Yeah, I'm not that excited.
Why?
I told you I have to do the walk of shame.
Who is knocking on my door? Come on.
I have to,
Hold on.
I literally
Give me a
have
sec.
to.
Just give me a sec. I'm sorry that took so long. Yeah. So apparently the trolls are sending pizzas to my house. There was 2 separate cars that showed up sending pizzas to my house. So dumb. So we're going to just go back to playing our game. What was I doing? Okay, let me see here. Yeah, that's right. We were getting that chest. Yeah, we were getting that chest. So let's do that. Damn, First, I'm sorry you had to deal with this shit. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, but it is what it is. You know, all part of the kind of how it works. Especially if you plan on doing any online challenging debates kind of, you know, of people. So, whatever. It is what it is. Note that I didn't do anything wrong. You should call the local pizza shops and let them know. Yeah, I mean, now 3 pizza shops are aware, right? At least 3. So I don't know. Maybe we'll... Bro, this is very annoying. All right, we're taking a phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Yo, Amender, just Flashy calling back real quick.
Flashy. What do you want to talk about? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, if they ordered pizzas to your house, I mean, they could have always used a fake number or whatever, but I'm sure like it could still be traced, right? Like where did they order it on the app? Did they call? That's
I mean, they're
traceable.
calling and just saying it's, you know, my name with the address, you know, and so.
Yeah, but the fact that they're calling from a phone, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree.
Or like a VoIP system or whatever. Like, but
yeah,
those things can be traced, right? So
true, but like, is a cop really going to do that?
They could. I don't know.
They're not gonna. They're not gonna.
Oh, you don't think so?
No.
Damn.
Zero belief that the cops aren't going to do something unless if it's like a really, really serious situation, right? Pizza's getting delivered to the house. We're not going to investigate that. Who cares?
Yeah, still. What do you think? Businesses, the pizza businesses or whatever, might start pushing them back or whatever. Because I mean,
yeah,
they're making,
I mean, maybe. I mean, there's somebody
profit.
calling in my name. It might be a good idea for me to call the Papa John's and just let them know, like, hey, because apparently there was a Papa John's order, and they're using like Papa John's is using DoorDash, you know, so it's like it's just some DoorDash driver, you know, getting shafted here. It's actually kind of sad.
If they're using DoorDash, I'm sure they could trace
well,
that
no,
back
I'm saying like the
them.
businesses use like DoorDash.
Yeah, but if these trolls are using DoorDash, like
no, I'm not saying they're using DoorDash. I'm saying that they call the pizza place and then the pizza place uses DoorDash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll call the Papa John's. In fact, I think I'm going to do that right now, and just deal with that.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
All right. I'll be right back, guys. I apologize. Just give me a quick second. Just gonna, we're just gonna play a little bit of music. Just hang tight. I'm just gonna make a quick call, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, so hold on. AWOL says, like, yeah, it's one guy that's likely just sending me pizzas. There was like multiple people that have been, or multiple delivery guys that were sending pizzas. Anyway, let me take a look here. Yeah, so I pulled up just quickly like what based means. Based is an internet slang term used to praise someone for being authentic, courageous, and unapologetically themselves, regardless of others' opinions. So he's not being authentic at all. In fact, he knowingly lied about the Sandy Hook victims over and over on his show, so much so that the Sandy Hook victims were getting death threats. And so he's not an authentic person. And so, no, I don't think he's based. I think he's an actual awful human being. And the fact that you guys act like that, that he's like a good guy, or like that he's like we should congratulate him for what he's done. No, dude, he's like an awful person. He unironically got death threats sent upon people because of his knowingly false statements that he made. Alex Jones is a monster. He's not a based person. He's a horrible human being. You should not congratulate horrible human beings. He's literally, yeah, like Cowcrapper is saying it correctly. Alex Jones is a legit subhuman. Like, he is a subhuman piece of garbage. I'm so glad that the court sentencing went the way it did. He's a horrible human being. He knowingly spread false information. He knew it was false. By the way, I'm going to be receiving a call from a police on this. Yet another instance where what the right is threatening people. Very common. I mean, a lot of they say that, hey, they're the peaceful ones, but they're not. We know they're not. Let's see here. There are 4 holes near the 4 exits of Termini Field. Each hole has 4 gossip stones, one of them a large representing that hole. Your goal is to change the large one's color one at a time by playing one of the songs listed to them. When they are all changed, they must all be the same color. You will receive a piece of heart. Okay. So we have to know the Sonata of Awakening. And we're going to go to the northeast of the entrance of North Clocktown. Before you enter the snowy area, it's the first hole. All right. Flashy says, does Papa John's give you the number that called or something? Yeah. Yeah, there was a number that was given. But it's likely a VoIP number. But it's in Reno, Nevada. But once again, it's probably just a throwaway number. I would find it insane if the person is actually calling from their literal phone number. Hold on. William says, are you a good guy, Amender? I mean, I argue for good things. I don't know if I'm a good guy in the sense of like, in comparison to what? I think I argue good things, sure. Amender hates data that contradicts Marxism. No. I'm not a Marxist. Can you, like, stop being dumb? Like, what do you mean? I'm not even a Marxist. All right, so let's see here. We got to go 4 gossip stones. All right, northeast of the entrance of North Clocktown. Like, he is unapologetic. Yeah, now me, I am unapologetic and authentic. I am. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I am that. Okay, so 4 gossip stones northeast before you enter the first hole. Okay, so 4 holes near the 4 exits. Each hole are 4 gossip, one of them large, representing that hole. Your goal is to change the large one's color one at a time by playing one of the songs you listed to them. When they are all changed, they must be the same color. You'll receive a piece of art. Okay, so... let's see. You do not need to say it. You need to show it. Otherwise, you're boasting ego. I agree. That's why I show it all the time in my debates and discussion. Change the large one's color one at a time by playing one of the songs listed to them. Oh, I think I have to wear this. The mystical stone responds to the mask and speaks to you, but its words are heard in secret. It seems all the strange stones that are arranged in a row wish to be the same color. Seems the face of the slightly larger strange stone requires when the guitar of waves is played. That's the new wave bossa nova. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Okay. I get that you don't like socialism or communism, but do you advocate for cultural Marxism? I have no idea what you're talking about. That's just a right-wing dumbass talking point. That's not a real position. How do I... by playing one of the songs when they are all changed. I don't understand. There are 4 holes needed inside each hole. Gossip stones. Large. Your goal is to change the large one's color one at a time. Oh, it's asking for a guitar. So I'm going to do this. What I mean is that you're antagonistic to tradition and rely on studies. Yeah, I rely on studies, and no, I'm not antagonistic to tradition. You can be traditionalist in my world. I'm not antagonistic towards people who decide a nuclear family. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm also saying that people who aren't that can be that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not antagonistic towards traditionalism. Why don't you just like call in, William? Like, this is not a difficult concept. Like, this should be easy for you. Oh wow, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Isn't that wild? Along the same lines, the guy who stabbed the girl on the train has been found to be unfit to stand trial, even though that he was fit to stand trial 13 times before he killed that girl. Yeah, that guy was mentally unstable. That guy had been mentally unstable for a really long time. Let me see here. North of the entrance of the West Clock Town is a boulder. Blow it up. Smash it. You're just constructively critical. But the problem is like, you don't even know my position. Like, you think I'm a Marxist. Or like, whatever the hell cultural Marxism is. Like, if cultural Marxism just means like you're okay with LGBTQ people existing without harassment, then yeah, I'm a cultural Marxist. Like, it's like one of the most benign positions you can uphold. It's ridiculous. Don't say such stupid things. It's just wrong. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. The Guitar of Waves is played. First Amender, have you ever done jury duty? Twice. I've done it twice. It's about anti-tradition and not, again, no, it's not anti-tradition. No. I'm not an like, you can live a traditionalist life if you want. But not everybody has to live the traditionalist life. That's the difference. Between the entrance to the Swamp and Milk Road, along the wall is a third hole. Okay, between the entrance from the Swamp to Silk Road, along the wall is a third hole. Okay. With all due respect, I don't even think you can accurately understand what Marxism is. To save you time, I got you the timestamp. Your last stream was 4:35:43 when you flipped out on me, even though both of your Discord people agreed. LOL. All right, bro. I don't know, man. You're pretty anti-tradition, definitely. How? Explain. Explain how I'm anti-tradition. Me living my non-traditional life doesn't prevent you from living a traditional life. To the left of the Astral Observatory. To the left of the Astral Observatory, when you're facing it, is the fourth hole. First, I don't think people should do whatever the hell they want. I don't think we should allow people to burn the American flag. Why not? Are you against the First Amendment? First Amender, you don't have to look, but you asked for it when I said I would get it. There it is. We can move on. LOL. I am anti-tradition for myself. Others can be traditionalists based. That's my position. That's exactly my position. Thank you, Rubix. And I feel sorry that you guys have fallen for the grift. It's really sad, actually. All right. There's a difference between not wanting tradition forced onto everyone and forcing anti-tradition onto everyone. Yes, 100%. God, that song is such a weird, like, there's no semblance of meaning behind that song. It just doesn't sound like a full song. Well, we got all four, so we should get a heart piece. Heart piece? Wow, heart piece. Who cares if someone burns some fabric? Based. Based. True. True and based. All right. Next one we got is Southern Swamp. Defeat Adolwa. Go to the Swamp Tourist Center. Speak with Kome after you defeated Adolwa and rescued her earlier. She will let you play a little game. Now that the poison is clear, Kome will fly around on her broom, holding a target below her. The object of the game is to hit the target at least 20 times. You can hit her 10 times and you're out. Aim carefully. It's pretty easy. Once you've done it, you'll receive a piece of heart. Wow. Okay, let's do it. My phone jacket headphone is jacked up. I got to listen to you and talk on the live. Okay. Woodfall. Burning the flag does not mean anything. Agreed. I think it's a sign of protest. It's also, I also think that it is constitutional. It's insane to think that people can't like burn the American flag. Like, albeit granted, right? It's offensive. I'll grant you that. I don't like it. People still have a right to do it. I know veterans who have burned their flags. Based. Based. I can call you on Discord so we can make it simpler. Yeah, I'm on Discord right now. You can see me. I'm on Discord right now, so you can just hop right in. Anybody can hop in. What is the song I need to play here? The green song. Let's go beat Adolwa. Wow, Adolwa. Reveal the temple. This is where Adolwa hangs out. We're going to go beat him up. Yeah, I'm not a fan of flag burning, but like you should be able to. Exactly. Thank you. I don't like flag burning either, right? But it's like the question is like, should the government like enforce like, oh, you're not allowed to burn the flag? Like, come on. What are you doing? It's your property. Do with it as you see fit. Rainbow says, I'm going to go burn a flag and smoke a joint rolled with the Bible pages. BRB based. Based. All right, so I think we could just fight Adolwa. Let's go fight Adolwa. Get the heart piece. See, Rainbow, that's you going out of your way to antagonize. No, they're making a point. They're not trying to like antagonize you. Hey, Irma.
Hey.
What's up? So it turns out people are not coming to my house. It's just people ordering pizzas in my name. And then it's like a DoorDash driver trying to
figure out.
Yeah. They're like, hey, where's, and then they know my name because they gave me my name. They gave them my name. But they're asking. Yeah. So yeah, that's what's happening.
But they're innocent in the situation of it all too.
Yes. Yeah, they don't realize. I actually feel kind of bad for the DoorDash driver because, like, they have to like they're like, what do I do with this pizza? You know, like they have to call the pizza place and be like, hey, they're not delivering. They're not giving pizza.
Damn. Call your local pizza shops. Let them know.
I think that's what I
don't want your fucking nasty pizza. Don't send it to this address ever.
Well, no, like, I like pizza.
No, you're just gonna have to sacrifice this, Mender.
No,
this will be the sacrifice you have to make. No pizza for delivery for you ever again.
No.
Yes.
I said they should call my number to confirm that I ordered. Yeah.
I'm just not gonna live without pizza. You're selfish.
Oh wait, I just realized I realized I can just whack at this. Where's this? Let's see. Here we go. Big sword. Big sword! I got big sword. Ooh. Oh.
That thing has a bigger sword.
See how big that sword? I got a big.
See how big that sword is?
I can't block with this sword.
Oof. That sounds like a skill issue.
It's not good.
But no, I just got home, picked up my kids from my mother-in-law.
Sick. Ow. Stop it. Bro, this guy.
Yeah, if only they sent paid pizzas, that'd be nice.
Right? True. Great.
Pizza for you, pizza for you.
We just beat Odalwa. We're good there. Now that we go to Odalwa, now we got to go talk to Kume after the defeated Odalwa, and then we Gucci.
And then we Gucci? Is that literally the name term? I'm just...
Then we're good.
Yeah.
Then we're Gucci.
We're Gucci now?
Hi there, Bebber. Look at my day is here. Say hello to the Bebber. Say hello. She's saying hello, everybody.
She's saying feed me.
Feed. Actually, kind of true. Also, I need to feed me. I need to feed me, Pepper.
I swear to God, when I got off
I need to feed me.
You were going to get something to, like, you were eating lunch when I
did.
left to go get my kids. And
Yeah,
now
I
you're
did.
like, and now I need to eat again.
Yeah, I do. It's like almost 5 o'clock. I gotta cook.
Oh, no, that's true.
We don't need this. We don't need this lady. We could just leave. We could just leave her here, and we could just leave because we already did this. We don't need to do more of this. We don't need more of this. Stop it.
I thought you were going 100.
Well, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. It's there's like a time sequence, and then after 3 days, you have to like reset the time, and so it puts everything back. Right? So we've already did this. Right? But what needs to happen is I basically needed to redo it because there's a mini game that opens up by beating Odalwa.
That little turnip creature is so cute.
She's great. Exka says, I would sacrifice my right to vote so that other people who don't have a stake in the country cannot vote. What? What just happened?
I don't know, but Flashy just
The game
owned
did
you.
not... Amender is leaving a damsel in distress because of feminism. All right,
Owned.
fine. I got the...
You're fucking owned. Sorry. You got owned.
It like transported me, but then it didn't transport me. It was like, no, you need to have this. All right, hold on. Wait, actually, I think I'm closer. Wait, am I closer?
Oh, he now knows that
I'm
the
not
whole
even
game
sure.
is downloaded. Okay.
Southern Swamp.
Hi, Pepper.
She's my duties. She want no duty. Look, want to see how mad she gets when I pick her up?
No.
She's like, I hate this. No, don't pick me up.
Stop loving me so much.
I hate this. Look at her. She's mad.
That look. I will destroy you.
She
She
gets
could shoot
really mad.
lasers out of her eyes. You'd
It's
be
okay,
dead.
I love you. She's like, no, let me go. Okay, all right, you're free. I'm sorry. She's gonna bite me now. Watch.
Uh-huh.
She does that
You
every
deserve
time.
it.
Yeah. She's
Yeah.
like, you deserve it.
You
How
do.
dare you?
Actions have consequences. I believe that strongly.
I don't believe everyone 18 years old and above should have the right to vote. Okay, who should not vote? Just curious.
People who
I
don't
would
pay
like to know.
taxes.
Who? Well, who?
And who doesn't pay taxes?
Right. Everybody pays taxes.
Like, you go to the store, you buy something, guess what? You have tax you paid. Congrats, you pay tax.
You have tax to pay. You have
Oh,
tax
good.
you pay. I'm waiting. Waiting to hear the argument.
Wasn't it UK that like lowered the voting age to 16?
Hot takes. Felons should be allowed to vote. Whoa,
That's a hot
based.
take. Yeah, if they've served their time, yeah, they should.
I think, yeah, I think after they serve their time, 100%.
Yeah, I do believe that.
Hold on. Kome will fly around on her broom holding target. Okay, hold on. Go to the swamp. Kome, after you defeated Adalwa, rescued earlier, she will let you play a little game now that the poison is clear. Okay, well, she went into this area, and so we're going to look for her.
Okay, Mender, I would like to point out something.
Yes.
You have given me a ton of mess for time traveling.
A ton of what?
Animal Crossing. A ton of mess. I was gonna say the SH.
Why a ton of
word.
why?
Why have you answered?
Time
you
travel
tell
if you want.
But you give me crap about that's cheating. That's
I don't
what you
give
say,
it,
right?
well, it feels like cheating for me.
It's cheating. Okay, but you look up walkthroughs. How is this any different?
Huh?
You look up walkthroughs for like all your games. So like, how is this any different?
There are certain games where it's like they're just designed for that.
Okay.
It's true. It's true. Like there's like older games, they're very confusing. And so like they make it deliberately obfuscative, and so you buy their Nintendo power.
Right. Okay, I do remember this.
Yeah.
I do remember this. That was the whole thing about the first Zelda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what did she say? Hold on. Have you seen the old hag named Kome that looks just like me? She hasn't come back from gathering medicinal herbs.
Excuse me.
Shit. I went the wrong way. Let me try that again. Follow me. I'm growling. Must go this way. Let me put on my, where is it? Bunny hood. Makes you go fast.
Catch it.
All right. Oh, help me. Okay, speak. I have a bunny hood. I was just busy minding my own business, picking mushrooms, and bam, I got hit from behind. Pesky skull kid, old hag, reckoner. Oh, well, they're powerful. I can't even energy. I don't have anything that gives you energy. I need a. Will this work? Wait. Will this work? Here you go. No, you make yourself out to be. Okay, I gotta go get a. I gotta go buy. But I just realized I don't think I can buy something because they just left. So I have to beat Odalwa day 1 and then try this again.
Oof.
Brother.
Oof.
What's that, brother? Hold on, let's look. Yeah, she's not here. Going back on the woods on a little errand. Yeah, I can't. Well, I think that's going to call it for my stream today. I think I've been streaming for about over 5.5 hours. Nice long stream. Had a little bit of an interruption in between with the fucking pizza people showing up. But yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed this. We're going to be doing more, of course. More calls, more streams. We didn't get hardly any calls today, but hey, you know, that's okay. I enjoyed the Zelda anyway. Not a problem.
There you go.
Thank y'all very much. Have a great rest of your day, I'd say. I'm going to cook. I'm going to spend some time and cook.
Later.
Bye, everyone.